Okay. For all those standing in the back, there's some available chairs up in the front if you want to come up and scoot in. No, I have to open the meeting. No, Fred's waiting on me to open it. Huh? That's what I was gonna do. Waiting on Fred to tell me. We're not gonna do it for. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mr. Fisher, would you please take over?
Can everybody hear me that's in this building?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If anybody, this thing goes off or something, let me know. I'll try to speak up even louder. We have the fire. Yes, ma'am? Oh, I know. I like to wave it around. I'll try to hold it up here close. I'll hold it as close as I can. How's that? We are brought together this evening to discuss a development plan for the luxury lofts at Bluebird, I think is the full name of it. And I want to lay a few ground rules that we have before we begin. Number one, the fire chief is here. You can see on the wall, where'd he go? How many does that say, Mark? 210. That's based on the chairs that we have. So anybody standing in the hallway, if you want to attend or come in, then you need to find a chair, come sit down. Otherwise, there's a TV out front. You can go out there and watch it. But under the fire marshal, we cannot have more than 210 people in this building, this room. That's number one.
Would you ask everyone to say next to them to raise their hand?
I think that's about. Is there anybody else back there, Chief? Is there anybody else in the hallway? Because there are some other seats left. I agree. Raise your hand if there's a seat next to you that's open. 2. 1, 2. You got those, Mark? That's where you can send people. Next, I would like to point out, we do have a court reporter sitting right here. She is going to be recording this meeting. That means she will record and take down and make a transcript from what's said from this microphone right here. If it's too high for some of you, let me know and I'll give you this thing and admonish you not to wave it around. Okay. And then whoever is going to speak will come here and speak. Once they've spoken, they go back to their seat and sit down and they're finished. We've allotted 30 minutes to both the applicant in this case and are you raising your hands back there, ladies? Okay. It's distracting, but we will start out with 30 minutes for the applicant. Well, excuse me, it'll be the city's planner, Mr. Rusi. He will go for 30 minutes. And then after he's finished, 30 minutes are allotted to Mr. Ashburner, who is the attorney for the applicants. Now, a lot of case law that I read calls people that are against these projects Protestants. I understand that includes all sorts of religions, but it has nothing to do with religion. It's this protest against a particular project. So if I happen to go off and call somebody a Protestant, I'm not talking about your religion. I'm talking about your position with respect to this particular case. Now, before we go too much further, we have the full city council here. The mayor is the one that just called us to order. Over there, on the end, you have Mr. Fox, who's the city clerk. He'll keep the minutes of this based upon this transcript that we have. Any questions that you have when there's a speaker up here, raise your hand. And if it's a relevant question to what that speaker is talking about, you can come forward to the microphone. But I'm going to ask you what your question is, because if it's not relevant to what that speaker is talking about, you can go back to your chair. We're going to try to keep this as civil and as open for everybody as we possibly can. Now, before we start, does anybody have any questions of me? Oh, I'm sorry. They just asked me to come in off the street. No, my name's Fred Fisher. I'm the city attorney. I was city attorney from 82 to 2013. I retired for a while. And then when the mayor came back in 2023, I've been back here since then. So I got like 35 years of doing this. And this is as good a crowd as we've had in those whole 35 years. Mayor, you were calling any bigger than this?
Yes,
When?
Albert Oil zoning,
Huh?
the Albert Oil zoning.
Yes, I do remember that one. That was a pretty big one. And we had a few people speak at that too. And Mr. Albert is gracing us with his appearance tonight. In any event, any other questions from anybody? Okay, with no further ado, I will introduce Mr. Steve Rusi, who is the city's planner. You want to use this one?
I'll just stand it though. Yeah. Are you gonna do those or?
Yeah, I'll do these.
And if you could hand those out, I have not given them. Okay, I'm Steve Rusi, for everybody in the room who doesn't know. I'm the planning manager for the city of Jeffersontown. So most of this, if somebody's been downtown, some of these will look familiar. I started with their PowerPoint and kind of amended it. So it's resolution number 860, series 2026, Bluebird Apartments, 10619 Waterston Trail. Now, if you go to remote control.
They can't stand.
Okay, well, the request before us today is a revised detailed district development plan with binding elements. They are requesting a waiver from the Jeffersontown Land Development Code 10.2.4.a to waive the property perimeter LBA between part of this property zoned R7 and the other part is zoned OR3. I think it's working now. So the property, can we get rid of that bar across the top? That's better than, there we go. Okay.
This is our first time we're streaming YouTube with presentations, so if you miss something here, you can go home and watch it.
So the property is zoned R7 and a portion OR3, which is office residential. The R7 is multifamily residential. It's in the town center form district. And of course, it's in the city of Jeffersontown. It's approximately 5.5 acres. The applicant is proposing to construct 101 unit apartment complex, 3 buildings. Each building is proposed at 4 stories. 2 of the buildings are at 45 feet in height. The third one closest to Waterston Trail is 47 feet in height. Total square footage is just over 205,000. And there's 267 parking spaces on the site. They're proposing access come from Bluebird Lane and from a private road to the north, which also goes to Bluebird Lane. The existing building on the property is proposed to be demolished. And of course, it's not working now. Fred or Bill, can you advance it? It's not working again. Just use your arrow key. There we go. City of Jeffersontown Technical Review Committee. We still have some concerns which the applicant should be addressing tonight. We have a concern with the blasting of rock on the property because of the close proximity to historic structures and properties. There's drainage concerns along Bluebird Lane, along with traffic on Watterson Trail and Bluebird Lane. The Plan 2040 concerns are the compatibility of four-story buildings in the Jeffersontown Town Center, which has a maximum building. I think the tallest is 3 stories. So this is the property. The light blue line outlines it. You can see most of it's in yellow, which is the R7. The bottom right-hand corner is OR3 zoning. And this is the Jeffersontown Town Center. The red star is the property in question, but this just gives you an idea of where it sits in the Town Center Form District. There's the aerial photo. You can see to the right there is the Senior Citizen Center and Library. The school AIE or AEI is across the street as well. To the north is a subdivision, single-family residential. To the left is to the west is the nursing home. Below that is their senior apartments. Below that is a historic cemetery, and there's a historical church below that, which is the Thoroughbred Hall, I think is what it's known as now. So these are some photos looking at the site. This would be from Bruner's Way. This is looking at the site. This would be at the Senior Citizen Center, looking across Bluebird. This is like from the site looking down Bruner's, so that would be across from the property. This is looking at the Senior Citizen Center. That's the nursing home that's abutting it. So the proposed development is that grassy area to the left behind those trees. This is the proposal. Building 1 and 2 coming from the left to the right are 45 feet in height. Then the other one is 47 feet in height. The waiver request is that area in yellow because it's not a property line, but it is a zoning line. And there's no setback requirements from zoning lines, but in Chapter 10, Part 2, there is a requirement for a landscape buffer to be there on the OR3 side. They're requesting to waive that. And that's it. Again, you can see better that it's on the OR3, the waiver area. So there are some historic properties nearby. The Senior Citizen Center, the Old Lutheran Church, which is Thoroughbred Hall, the German Reformed Presbyterian and Lutheran Cemetery, the Alexander Ingram School on Shelby Street, and the John Leatherman House. I'm going to ask Beth to come up and, well, these are the locations of those 5 properties, but I asked Beth to come and kind of give us synopsis of each of those 5 properties, just so everybody has a little understanding of the historic properties.
Hi, for everyone who doesn't know me, I'm Beth Wilder. I'm the director of the Jeffersontown Historical Museum. Starting with the properties, we've got the Jeffersontown Senior Citizen Center here. It sits on what used to be the county poor farm. And in the poor farm was created in 1857. In 1913, Brenton B. Davis, who was the designer of Louisville Gardens, designed this building that you see here to be the new county poor farm. Later on in the 1930s, 40s, it became the Jefferson County Parks and Rec Department where Charlie Bettner worked. And after that, it became an old folks home for the county. And then later it became a much beloved library and the senior center, which is now a model for senior centers nationwide. Now here we have got the Jeffersontown, well, the Christ Lutheran Church, actually. The Lutheran congregation in Jeffersontown, most people probably don't realize it's the oldest congregation of Lutherans in the entire state of Kentucky. And this church is important. It originally was built in 1833 and then it burned down. And the building you see here now was built in 1895 and it currently houses Thoroughbred Chorus, another award-winning group. This is the German Reformed Presbyterian Cemetery. It is considered the 4th oldest cemetery in the state of Kentucky. It has got our pioneer fathers, our pioneer families buried in it. And the stones are fragile and they need to be protected, very much so. Yeah. This is Alexander Ingram School. It was built in 1929. It's a Julius Rosenwald school that was built specifically for African-American children. It's one of only 2 left in the city of Louisville, and it's on the historic register. This is the John Leatherman cabin. He was a blacksmith in Jeffersontown. Inside the cabin, there is a date of 1826, although architects believe it's actually older than that. But we're lucky that it's even there now, because in the 1970s, when the Risingers bought it, it was actually covered with siding and no one remembered that it had a log cabin underneath it. And when they started removing it, they were intending to build a glass front store. And when they removed the siding and saw the log cabin, they realized the historical value to the town and to the people. And they left it like it is now. And it is one of the most unique features on our town square. And it's the oldest remaining building.
So the other concerns, again, were the traffic, Waterston Trail and Bluebird Lane, and also drainage. At this time, if I could ask Brian to come up, because at one time there has been a study and plans for a phase of the streetscape, but that Brian's going to talk about the funding of that.
Steve. Good evening, Mayor and Council, citizens all. I have a signed affidavit from, oh, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. Brian Abrams, Economic Development Director for the City of Jeffersontown. And I'm here to submit a letter from State Representative John Hodgins, District 36, State of Kentucky, which includes the area we are currently in. Okay, comes the affiant, John Hodgins, and after first being duly sworn, states the follows. I, John Hodgins, am attesting that I have personally researched the information provided regarding the Waterston Trail widening project 5-518.0. Have found the following to be accurate and confirmed by KIPTA and supported and attached KIPTA logs. They're on the back of that. KIPTA is the Kentuckiana Regional Planning Associate or Agency. This project has been ongoing since 2008. Funding for this project was voided fiscal year 2025. Project 5-518 is not in the state highway budget for fiscal year 2027, 2028. The earliest project 5-518.0 could be funded would be fiscal year 2029, however, unlikely. Project 5-518.0 is not in the new 6-year state road plan. The earliest project 5-518.0 is likely to progress in the normal course of budgeting would be 2033 and would take an additional 2 years to complete if on schedule. As House Representative for District 36 in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, John Hodgins would have been the one to request such funding for Project 5-518 to proceed, but because it is in my district, District 20 or 36, yet I had no prior knowledge of it. And then there's a quote from House Representative Hodgins. Waterston Trail will not be widened in the foreseeable future. Therefore, the public should not be led to believe such a widening project is imminent. That's a quote from John Hodgins, House Representative District 36, and it is a notarized signature from him. I will submit this to our city attorney. I've already submitted one to court report.
Now for traffic and drainage, I'd like to ask the Public Works Director, Jimmy Franconia, to address those.
Mayor, council, public, I'm Jimmy Franconia, I'm the Public Works Director for the city of Jeffersontown. Kind of piggyback off what Brian had spoke about, because it kind of muddies the water to where Public Works is and KIPTA studies. And I know, I think Aaron and them were under their influence that Public Works had knowledge about this stuff we didn't. And so as we've had several meetings and talked about what needs to be done and what's important in infrastructure of J-Town, and we can start with the drainage on Bluebird Lane, because it actually comes through Public Works as it flows north and kind of flows out in the front of our parking lot. And Derek and I has worked, and they've got other options they want to look at and see if there's better alternatives to safely get the water where it needs to go. The problem with drainage studies, no matter who's doing the studies, we know that weather patterns have changed so much across everywhere in America today, no different than the city of J-Town, because we've been highlighted on the news this year because we're taking on more water than anybody. So finding the investigations, we look back to see how's our calculations work and how far does this go back to the numbers we're using as engineers, and somewhere around 2001. And it has been the last 24 months they've been working, trying to update that with weather and patterns and bring it forward. But as so far, it's still not completed. And we don't know what the future holds, where it's going to go. So we do want to be mindful of the water in this area, because Grand Avenue has probably 3 or 4 times this year. And not that we flooded yesterday, but we had a nice river running off the hillsides in the rain that we had. So be careful, because we are shutting down Grand Avenue now due to flooding as the water is backing up. And so just to educate our council, it's, we are in a process where they have their detention on site. Yes. How do we take the water where we're going? And it's going to have to be a process before it's approved of what we agreed to, that this can handle and it works for everybody. Can the water take it where we're going? And again, that's where Derek's expertise will come in with LD&D. And on the traffic side, understandably, they had a very respected traffic study with Diane here, and we done our own with Adam Kirk. And there were great similarities between the two studies. And Adam had found that this project wasn't funded what was laying on paper of saying that there was this infrastructure improvement for these lanes, which they're not. And he came back and he said that minimum, we want a left-hand turn lane into it for the traffic flow. And one thing we requested, we'd like to see this part of the project before the build to keep traffic flowing and eliminate as much problems on water trails we possibly can. And so that's all being studied and how we're working through that. And again, a lot of this news was news to me when Bluebird had put out on their site that J-Town Public Works was very aware, when we weren't aware. And you all might not be aware. I run separate buildings, separate office, and I did not have this information. And you look like a silly goose running out the back door when you don't know. So we want to be making sure the infrastructure is prepared for future development, no matter where we go in J-Town. And we had also talked about with Eric and Aaron in some prior meetings about Bluebird Lane widening. The road changes widths from 20 foot, 22 foot, 23 foot. We would ideally love to see a 24-foot roadway, 12-foot centers down there, due to our senior building, which I believe Julie can correct me, 900 plus members. And then we have the school down there. A lot of cars parked going both ways at school hours for pickup, and it makes it very hard to maneuver around down there. And so we want to improve that as well, and still waiting back to kind of hear what kind of plan we have for that. And one thing that's kind of out of my purview, but I was looking at the records, and Cliff, maybe you can answer this. I see only 2 dumpsters on the site. Is that correct?
I'll let Derek talk about that when he starts.
Okay. I'm just curious about that, because 2 dumpsters, that's gonna be an everyday dump, I would assume. Just curious how that would go. So it's everything have to bring you to speed and on where we're at and how they took place. And it's great to finally get to speak to you all about this infrastructure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I do.
We ask questions? Can we ask questions?
Yeah.
The retention pond, is it a 100-year retention pond, you think?
Well, I don't think it's based off that. I think Derek could answer that better than I can. I know certain states are working different structures as we speak on how stringent they're getting. We got to work with in tandem with MSD. You've got a structure and then you can maximize at 1.5 that, and they have maximized that detention area that we worked on to this point, correct? But again, it's where do we go from the detention, how we're getting there? That's my true concern.
Jimmy, I had one more question.
Sure.
When you were saying the road widening, were you talking about Bluebird Lane widening it to 24 feet on both sides?
Yes.
And I guess what Brian was saying was that was mainly for Waterson Trail. There's no.
That's correct. That was that other KIPA
Waterson
study
Trail.
that
That's
the Waterson Trail was going to go to some certain design they had with, where we had kind of talked in some meetings. It's been several months back about widening Bluebird itself. Again, it's a road that kind of starts out wide and it comes in, gets real narrow.
Mm-hmm. But J-Town Public Works doesn't have any plans to widen that road.
Not at this moment.
That's
No.
anyway.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Okay, at that time, that wraps up our presentation. I think Mr. Ashburner has a presentation of his own. Yeah, any questions? Nope.
At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Ashburn.
Hopefully it works. All right. No, I think I'll be okay. Fortunately for me, I am microphone height.
Mhm.
I'll go ahead and get started. I'll first just thank you all very much for spending the time. Thank everybody behind me for their time this evening. I know this is a matter of great concern for everybody in Jeffersontown, and probably some people who are watching online as well. Just by way of introduction, so to my left, to your right, Aaron Phillips is the developer. Derek Triplett is with Land Design and Development. You're going to hear from Derek shortly. Diane Zimmerman conducted the traffic study that we initially relied on. She's here mainly for questions. Steve Schwartzentruber, all the way to the left in the blue shirt there, is another member of the development entity. So you'll probably, in our presentation, you're going to hear from me and Derek and Aaron primarily, but we've got the team here to answer questions. So Bluebird Luxury Lofts, I want to remind kind of everybody, what are the bounds within which we think that you can legally act? The LDC, the Land Development Code, contains a variety of standards when you're looking at a revised development plan. If you look at standard F, conformance of the development plan with the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, I ask you to focus on that just for a moment, because the rest of the factors that are listed there, A through E, really are specific aspects of the comprehensive plan. And I think that is important because of the relationship between the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. The Land Development Code is the regulatory expression of the comprehensive plan. The two do not operate independently. So how this works essentially is the state has given to cities like Jeffersontown and counties throughout the Commonwealth the opportunity to adopt a comprehensive plan, and then based on that comprehensive plan, to adopt zoning regulations. And those zoning regulations are designed to implement the goals. You can see specifically this code provides regulations to implement applicable goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. So if you comply with the code, if your buildings are set back the appropriate setback, if they are sized in accordance with what the zoning would allow, if the use is such, then you necessarily comply with the comprehensive plan. KRS 100-275 takes this concept a step further. This is a recent enactment, and it indicates that ordinances, rules, and regulations adopted pursuant to this chapter governing subdivision plats, that's not us, and development plans, that is us, shall be in the form of objective standards that shall be applied ministerially. So when you're looking at whether this development should or shouldn't be approved, it is important to look at this development's compliance with the Land Development Code. Some of what you've heard already goes beyond that. I recognize J-Town has a rich history and that there are a variety of historic structures. But there wasn't anything said about those structures that would really impact the proposed development's compliance with the Land Development Code. And I'd ask you to keep that in mind as we move through this presentation. So this is the subject property and the surroundings. You all have seen this. You've probably seen this aerial at this point 25 times in the last month. You can see it is a large open property directly adjacent to kind of the core of Jefferson Town's downtown. You might say it's in the downtown. This is a view from Waterson Trail. You have the sign for the senior living facility, assisted living facility, nursing home there. Waterson Trail on the running kind of on the right-hand side of the picture, existing building on the OR3 portion of the property as well. Important to note, both OR3 and R7 are zones that allow multifamily. So we're not asking for a zone change. The only relief from the development code that we really are asking for is a landscape waiver internal to the site along a zoning line. All of the landscaping around the property, the amount of material, the width of those buffers is going to be maintained. This is a view on Bluebird Lane. The subject property is to the right. Along here is a drainage ditch that I think Derek will talk about a little bit when he discusses the development plan. This is the zoning in the area. You all are well aware of this as well. The subject property is R7, which is a multifamily zone, and OR3, which is an office / multifamily zone. And then you've got surrounding zones, including C2 commercial, which is a pretty intense commercial zone, even though that's being used by a school. And then you have the industrial, as well as all of the commercial town center zoning that you all have implemented here in the downtown. This property, I think there are some that think that this idea for the subject property is new. The slide on the left is from 1979. That is a grouping of buildings that are mid-rise multifamily buildings. In fact, the buildings that you see there are 4, 5, and 6 stories, not 4 stories. So that was the plan in 1979. 2021, the plan on the right was approved. That was a single building. It was 3 stories, but again, kind of a mid-rise multifamily building has been proposed on this property multiple times. And in fact, when you look at things beyond the Land Development Code, we looked at some of the things that Jefferson Town has been part of, some plans that Jefferson Town has been part of. And what did those plans say about the downtown, what makes a successful downtown, as well as what might happen on the subject property? So you have Envision Jefferson Town. These were all, you all engaged in a tremendous amount of planning in 2023 and 2024. The most important component, people make the difference. You're going to hear tonight from us. You're also, I think, going to hear from quite a few people who own businesses in the downtown. Without people, retail cannot succeed. The downtown will suffer. Residential development should be part of any plan and should encourage activity 24/7. The proposal that you have before you is a luxury loft proposal. So it's not directed at any particular income group other than people who can afford a luxury loft. And it is exactly in line with creating a walkable place that is operating 24/7. Oh, it stopped. There we go. In addition to that, you had the Creating Vibrant Communities. This was the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet came and did a design session with the city. They selected a small group of cities around the country. Around the state. And Jeffersontown was one of them. One of the desired outcomes specifically listed in that was 250 new housing units, including using catalytic sites, and it identifies the subject property as one of those catalytic sites. You have the downtown Jeffersontown master plan. Current conditions, there's a lack of housing downtown. One of the goals, increase pedestrian engagement, increase downtown foot traffic. It identifies a lack of housing options within the core area. These are all things that Jeffersontown participated in, working with different planning professionals and other folks, consultants who had come in to help. And they all kind of say the same thing, which is that the subject property is appropriate for high density residential. That's what you see on your screen there. In fact, this case, the downtown Jeffersontown master plan specifically says revise form district standards to increase housing density downtown. The proposal before you tonight is not asking for you to change the zoning. It's not asking for you to change regulations. It is asking for you all to recognize that you have a piece of property that is zoned for this use, that has design standards within which the proposed development fits. And to recognize that if you want to speak to the community about what you want, maybe the loudest thing you can say outside of these plans is what's in your zoning ordinance. What does your zoning ordinance allow? And what does it not allow? On this property, it allows the proposal that we have before you tonight. Again, this is important, I think, just to remind everybody, there are a tremendous number of great local businesses in downtown J-Town. There are also vacant spaces. And if you want to foster more business development, you want to bring in more opportunity for more great local businesses to either start here or choose to locate here, having more residents on the street who have the ability to shop and get coffee and get dinner and do all the things that you want to have in your downtown is very important. So I'm going to ask Derek Triplett with Land Design and Development to come up and talk about the development plan.
Give me a moment. Before you go any further, I'd like to ask you one question. Neither Mr. Ashburn nor myself need to be sworn because we did that when we became lawyers, when we got members of the bar. I want to ask you the same thing I've been asking. You keep saying you all. You all is the city council. They speak for the city through the minutes of their meetings. When did the city council, because you say they were involved in this, when did that happen?
Well, with Envision Jeffersontown, there are copies of those plans that I've provided to you. As far as the Creating Vibrant Communities, there are photographs of the design sessions. I believe at least one of the sitting city council members is in those photos. Mayor Pike is as well. Matt Meunier is as well. Envision Jeffersontown was really led by Matt. There was a presentation that he gave to the city. There was an organizational chart listed in that document that includes members of the council as well as Mayor Pike. The city council was specifically acknowledged in the downtown master plan. If you look at the copy of the plan that you have there. So that's how I know.
The city council was acknowledged by whom?
By the authors of the plan.
Right, but the city council did not authorize that. I mean,
The city, If you want to split hairs on that,
I
we
do.
can.
I do.
I don't think that the city council was held hostage by the urban planners at the University of Louisville and force-fed a plan. I don't think they would have put their name on it if they didn't appreciate the recommendations that it created. So
Okay.
you all can,
Well, no, I want to split that hair a little bit further.
sure.
The city council, you say, when they were speaking for this city from the dais,
By the way, is this exchange in my time?
no,
Okay,
you can have all the time you want.
thank you.
At what point, if ever, did the city council, sitting as a city council with minutes of the meeting, approve any of these plans that you've been showing us? If you can just tell me when that happened. I've asked for this before.
I don't know that the city council officially adopted these plans.
Thank you.
I do have one more question, if you don't mind. You were
Sure.
talking about the compliance
Yes,
and if we're in compliance, the heights and everything.
right.
Only way, I think it was slide 2 or 3. The only way this is really going to be in compliance is if we waive the OR3, correct? Because one of your buildings is sitting on the OR3.
No, you would not need to waive the zoning. There's a landscape buffer requirement that, I mean, candidly has not been enforced that way everywhere all the time. But there's a landscape buffer requirement along zoning lines. So we are asking you to waive the landscape buffer that is internal to the site. Typically, landscape buffers are between different uses on different development sites. But by quirk of the code, and by Steve's reading of the code, we needed the waiver, so we've asked for the waiver.
Thank you.
All right. All you, Derek.
Sir,
They got questions.
can we ask a question? Okay.
Not during this period.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes.
I do. Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you, Cliff. My name is Derek Triplett. I'm with Land Design and Development. We're a civil engineering and land use planning firm here in Louisville Metro. I won't spend too much time on this slide itself. We've already talked about the context, but what this does represent is the scale and context of the development in relation to the surrounding areas. Hello. There we go.
It's a little slow.
So this is a color rendering of the plan, making it a little bit more readable than just the black and white version. And so just to run through some of the information and data associated with this request, some of this may be a little bit redundant to Steve's explanation, but I'll run through this anyways. So we're at about 5.5 acres of ground, 4.45 acres. 5.1 of those acres are zoned R7, 0.35 are zoned OR3, both of which zones permit multifamily residential use. We have 3 4-story buildings proposed on this site equaling 161 units. The original application and plan associated with this application proposed 189 units with 2 5-story buildings and 1 4-story building. Through coordination with city officials and based on some public feedback, the developer had decided to reduce the building heights to be consistent 4 stories across the site and reduce the unit count from 189 units to 161 units. From an overall density standpoint, we're at 29.5 dwelling units per acre. For reference, the maximum density permitted in OR3 is 145 units per acre. The maximum density permitted in R7 is 34.8 units per acre. So if you take those numbers, multiply those by the areas associated with those zoning classifications on this property, theoretically, the maximum yield you could get out of this property would be 225 units. So we're significantly less than that with 161 units. There are open space requirements associated with multifamily developments. And so the requirement is 10% of the lot area has to be dedicated as open space. That comes to about 1/2 acre of required open space. We're proposing 36,500 square feet of open space. That's a 53% increase above the minimum requirement. Within that open space, we have a rooftop patio, the balconies. There's a pool and a picnic area located on the left-hand side of the L-shaped building. There is a public event space located at the corner of Bluebird and Watterson Trail, and then also just general green space. Now, for green space within this plan to count towards open space, it has to meet some requirements. It has to be a minimum of 30 feet wide and contain 6,000 contiguous square feet of green space. And so not all green space allocated on this plan counts towards the open space number provided that I had given you. For instance, the detention basin located on this property, which is on the top left-hand corner of the plan, the paler area, that's a stormwater detention basin. That's not included in the open space numbers, nor is a dog park. We have a dog park located centrally within the development. That is not 6,000 contiguous square feet, so that doesn't count towards our open space either, but is an amenity and green space provided nonetheless. Overall, we have 1.75 acres of total green space throughout the site, so about 30% of the site is being preserved as green space. There are tree canopy requirements associated with any development in J-Town or Louisville Metro in general. Right now, the site is covered in about 6% existing tree canopy. The requirement for Jeffersontown is a 10% tree canopy coverage. Once we plant all the trees along Watterson Trail, along Bluebird, plant the trees along the property line between us and the nursing home, as well as the island trees within the parking islands, we'll be at 84 total trees being planted on the site. That's 60,000 square feet worth of tree canopy. So that's a 25% site area. So significantly above the 10% minimum requirement. Just to touch briefly on the waiver request between the R7 and the OR3. Originally, that OR3 portion was zoned R9. R9 zoning does not exist anymore, so the city had changed that to OR3, which generated the need for that waiver request. And for what it's worth, the regulation classifies that landscape buffer area that we're seeking that waiver from, that's classified as a property perimeter LBA. But uniquely enough, in this situation, that's being applied internally to the site. To touch on stormwater. Now, that's a big topic of conversation. So normal practice would be that you mitigate for your increase in impervious surface. However much impervious surface you put on the piece of property, you're increasing runoff, and you have to provide a detention basin on site that mitigates for that runoff. You hold back that extra stormwater that you're creating, and you release that at a rate that is equal to or lesser than the rate in which water leaves the site today. In this instance, and I will say that the previous plan, we had put the plan together back in 2021. That plan that got approved was a 1-to-1 ratio of detention from a pre to post developed standpoint. Due to existing stormwater issues within the watershed as a whole, we are reducing the 100-year runoff from the site by 50%. So there will be less water at a slower rate coming off the site than what exits the site today at a 100-year rain event being the measuring stick there. So just to put that in kind of layman's terms, runoff is measured by CFS, cubic feet per second. So right now, if during a 100-year rain event, 100 CFS is leaving the site, after this is developed, 50 CFS will be leaving the site. So it's a reduction in the runoff that's currently generated by this property. In addition to that, the developer has committed to improving the drainage swale, the roadside swale down Bluebird, through coordination with J-Town Public Works as well as MSD. As you all probably know, should we get past this stage, there's a much more detailed step that takes place via civil construction plans, hydraulic analysis, detention analysis. And so that's when you get into finer details. We'll have to analyze the capacity of that swale. That's informed by the depth of the swale, the slope of the swale, and the material. In this case, it's grass, but and then we'll analyze the capacity of it and what it's currently experiencing, and seeing if it does need to be upgraded once considered the reduction in runoff that we're going to be providing from this development. Jimmy, you asked about dumpsters on the property. So right now we do have 2 dumpsters located centrally within the development. It wouldn't cause a lot of headache to add a 3rd one. 2 for this amount has sort of been the industry standard, but if it would please Public Works, it wouldn't be an issue for us to add another one, maybe on the left-hand side where that left-hand building is a little bit more isolated. And I believe that I have addressed everything that I needed to. So I'll hand it back to Cliff and I'll be available for questions as well.
Thank you.
Do hang around for a minute. I was going to ask Cliff, do you have any objection to your people answering questions? I know we didn't have that unless there were people that were going to be speaking.
You prefer to get through those slides
Okay.
and then people want to ask us questions.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Derek. All right, so you heard Derek talk about some of the attributes of the proposed plan, and I don't think none of the math has been disputed, at least. So these are the building renderings. This is it's a 4. Are we done? I was hoping that when I was at the podium, I had the floor to myself.
Yes, he does. Please, don't be making comments while we're speaking. It is tough enough just to stand up here and talk without everybody talking. This crowd did great.
Thank you. So these are the building renderings. It is a 4-story central corridor building. Each of the units does have outdoor space in the form of balconies. This is what the building would appear like from Waterson Trail. There's a 3-story section, and then the 4 stories on either side. This is another view of the building. Now I'm going to kind of shift. Aaron, when he gets back up, is going to talk a little bit more about the amenities associated with the development. I want to talk about traffic for a minute. We received Friday afternoon the analysis, or it was basically a review of the study that had been provided by Diane Zimmerman. First and foremost, within the land development code, typically within the practice is if you're not generating more than 100 if you're on a state road or 200 peak hour trips, then a full traffic impact study is not a requirement. The proposal, as you can see, generates 69 and 85. And those traffic counts, the trip generation numbers really were not disputed between Ms. Zimmerman or Mr. Kirk. But we understood that that was a concern, and so brought Ms. Zimmerman on to conduct a traffic impact study. Her traffic impact study was conducted. The counts were conducted in the appropriate at the appropriate time. Where there is a dispute, a disagreement, really is which way the traffic is going. So within both Mr. Kirk's study and Ms. Zimmerman's study, there's a number of cars on the road. There's a number of cars that the proposed development is going to generate on a daily basis and at the peak hour. And then it's up to the traffic engineer to sort of look at existing traffic patterns, look at employment patterns. This is housing. Where are people who live here going to go? Ms. Zimmerman thought that most of the traffic would head toward the industrial park, which is why she allocated the traffic in that direction. Mr. Kirk's study said, I don't think it's all going to go to or a significant proportion is going to go to the park. I think more of it, based on existing traffic patterns, is going to come to Taylorsville and Waterson, really to the central intersection here in town. Given that, the proposed development, he looked at a turn lane warrant analysis and determined that a left turn lane on Waterson Trail was appropriate. As I said, we received this comment. Mr. Kirk's report is dated Thursday. We received it Friday afternoon. Our client probably much to Mr. Triplett's chagrin, said, I need you to figure this out for me very quickly, whether this can be accommodated. And what you see, based on the analysis of Mr. Kirk and his assertion that a left turn lane heading from Waterson Trail onto Bluebird is necessary, is how that would be reflected on Waterson Trail. In 2021, when the development, there was a previous version of development on the subject property was approved, the right of way, you can see that how far the property line is actually from Waterson Trail. That large piece of right of way was dedicated. So the proposal that you see there, the left turn lane onto Bluebird, is something that our client is willing to provide. And that was one of the reasons why there was some disagreement about the improvement of Waterson Trail. I think even in Mr. Hodgson's, and I don't know if Mr. Hodgson's here. I don't think he is. It's unusual to have people testify by affidavit. But the issue, that issue was whether the widening that had been in plan for 10 plus years was actually still funded. At this point, given Mr. Kirk's statement that a left turn lane is necessary and our client's agreement that it will provide the left turn lane, I'm not really sure that that issue is as meaningful anymore. We do have, we received some binding elements from Mr. Rusi earlier. We cannot put the turn lane in, do the road work, and then commence in construction. We would propose that the turn lane be constructed at the same time that the development is being constructed, conditioning certificates of occupancy for buildings on the completion of the turn lane, because the turn lane is there to address the issues created by a fully occupied development. One other thing that I'll mention, and Aaron can talk about this a little bit more, he'll get up in just a moment. There was a statement by somebody, there was a concern that there was a cemetery on the subject property. As soon as that concern was expressed, Aaron and Steve hired cultural resource analysts. You have a copy of their work in your packet. They determined that based on their archival and deed research, as well as looking at aerial photographs, that there is no cemetery on the property. We said before the Planning Commission, obviously we have no interest in disturbing any graves or impacting any existing cemetery on the property. And now we know the answer. So with that, I'm going to ask Aaron to get up, and then I'll have just a few closing remarks.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and swear me in? Okay. Absolutely. I'm Aaron Phillips. I'm the developer of Bluebird Luxury Lofts. Thank you all for being here this evening. So as you can see, we have several superior amenities. It's way above and beyond just your average Class A apartment project. We've got some unique ones, the Meatball Bicycle Rental. We've got a public event space to allow the community to come together for movie nights and food trucks and things like that. We're also offering a good neighbor discount for employees of the square to encourage them to live near where they work. So I'm going to take this time to just kind of go through how we kind of got here. So I was first made aware of this site in November of 2024 when I attended a public open house at the Motorcycle Museum for Jefferson Town's Creating Vibrant Communities initiative. That meeting introduced 4 catalyst sites identified for future investment and revitalization. Bluebird Lane was one of those catalyst sites. And after reviewing all the goals and objectives of the various studies and getting to understand Jefferson Town, I was all in. Following that meeting, we developed initial design concepts and met with the city to discuss the project and receive feedback Before submitting our application, we met with the city again to identify potential issues and ensure that we were moving in the right direction. Our original design was inspired by successful town centers such as Norton Commons, using timeless materials like brick and stone. The day before our first Louisville Metro presentation, we learned that there was concerns in the community. So rather than pushing forward, we delayed our meeting with Louisville Metro and made the decision to pause and to listen. We met with the city to better understand the concerns that they were hearing. We hired a local architect and refined the design. We consulted professionals to help develop We consulted with professionals that were helping develop Jeffersontown's future design standards, engaged with individuals involved in the previous planning efforts for review and comment, met with business owners, major employers, community stakeholders. We created a public Facebook page to allow anyone at any time to view our plans and provide feedback. Here's some of the feedback that we received on our initial design. So one Facebook comment said, "This looks like adult dorms. Dorms are appealing looking." In hindsight, that was fair. But this comment got to me. It said, "I wouldn't call that attractive. Have you ever experienced architecture that makes you feel a sense of place? This doesn't feel like a neighborhood asset. For changing the landscape for the future generations, inspire them by creating places that feel like communities, aesthetically complementary to the surrounding environment." Now that one sent us back to the drawing board. So following that, we didn't just make cosmetic changes. Every building was changed. We reshaped the architecture, building massing, floor plans, and exterior materials. We pulled design elements from the surrounding community so that the project would feel like it had always belonged, rooted in the soul of J-Town. We also looked for ways to strengthen the community beside the buildings themselves. In addition to the Class A amenities, we added public parking to access the future pedestrian path. We added a public event space, as previously mentioned. So we also came up with the Good Neighbor discount. Most importantly, we responded with action to the concerns that we heard. Questions were raised about a possible cemetery, so we pursued that. Potential karst conditions were discussed, so we performed a professional karst study. When building height was a concern, we reduced the height below the last project approved on this site. When parking was questioned, we increased the parking ratios. When tree canopy was requested, we added it. When traffic became a concern, we didn't just hire one professional, we had multiple opinions. Our traffic study was also approved on record by Best Stuber at the Louisville Metro Traffic Engineering, and independently reviewed by another local traffic engineer. Then when the city had its own traffic analysis and its opinion said that we needed turn lane, we agreed to it. Stormwater obviously is also raised as a concern, which we've agreed to over-detain by 50% and complete downstream improvements. Even though the previously approved development plan, which generated significantly more runoff, required neither. Throughout this process, we've demonstrated one simple principle. We're not here to do the minimum required. Every time a concern has been raised, we've asked ourselves, how can we make this project better? We've continued to improve it, not because we're required to, but because we believe that good development requires listening. Across cultures, the Bluebird stands for hope, joy, and renewal. And that's what we see in this project, situated in the square, near all the amazing amenities that J-Town has to offer. We're building something lasting. It's community. Bluebird Luxury Lofts is more than just needed housing. It's a catalyst for a vibrant, walkable town center. Exactly what Jeffersontown deserves on the corner of where community and commerce meet. Thank you all.
Thanks, Aaron. And as you all, you may know, you may not know, most revised development plans don't go to the full planning commission. This case did go to the full planning commission. There was a full public hearing there before the commission. And you may hear from some of the same people tonight who participated in that proceeding. At the conclusion of that proceeding, at the beginning of that proceeding, we started with Louisville Metro Planning's staff analysis, which was supportive of the proposed development. And I think anywhere you look, and this goes for Louisville, it goes for Middletown, it goes for St. Matthews, mid-rise residential buildings are part of the landscape at this point. Prospect just announced a new district that they are pursuing that includes mid-rise multifamily. At the conclusion of that hearing, after hearing all of the testimony, both for and against, and reviewing the record, the Planning Commission issued a 10-0 vote. On a revised development plan that is opposed, and this one was opposed and based on the clapping is opposed, a 10-0 vote is an unusual thing. So I would ask that you consider that as well tonight when you're looking at what you should do. I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal, if that's appropriate. Our team is here to answer questions, obviously answering questions relative to the record and to the proposal. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Cliff, on your list, I have Diane Zimmerman. Are you calling her now? No, okay.
As the oldest person in this room, I'm going to waive my privilege of taking a break, but does anybody else in here really need to take a break at this time? It's just over an hour. Okay. How about you guys? Y'all okay?
I need to go.
Huh?
I need to go, but that's okay.
Okay, you can wait.
Y'all can proceed.
Okay, we've got, did you have some rebuttal that you wanted to make, Steve? Okay, that's what you were going to rebut, or are you going to wait for a closing argument?
I was going to wait until everybody's.
Right.
I know there's some people here to speak in support. There's some people.
Yeah, I was going to point that out, by the way. This is unusual on a development plan. And the reason it is, and I'll tell you right now, there were 3 public hearings down at the Planning Commission downtown, not before the Planning Commission, but by their committees. And I wrote to the director of the Planning Commission and said, rather than have our people come downtown 3 times, could you do it at the Jeffersonian? And they didn't do it. They wouldn't do it, which is why we're having this one tonight, so that everybody in the city of Jeffersontown who has an interest in this has an opportunity to come forward, be for or against this particular project. That's the main reason we're here tonight. With that said, and nobody else wants to take a break, I'm going to start off with,
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question on the study?
Sure.
The traffic study, I know you said it's not a big deal, but I don't know how you got the traffic study. I saw 69 and 15. And can you tell me how that works? It said AM and PM, but if you got 161 units, it didn't add up the number. So how do you get the numbers?
Do you want me to, is it okay if I ask
Yeah, I was
Diane
gonna
come
ask
up?
Ms. Zimmerman we wanted to hear her.
I can
talk
give
too.
you the layman's terms, but she's going to give
I
you
was
the real.
reading the numbers and I was just trying to figure out AM, PM, and
What
there were more
times?
cars that left at certain times. And
I do. Diane Zimmerman with Diane B. Zimmerman Traffic Engineering. Trip generation numbers are calculated by making counts at existing apartment complexes over at least a 2-hour period in the AM and the PM peak hours. And this is an average of the highest hour between 7 and 9 AM and 4 and 6 PM. So just like at my house, my husband and I do not leave for work at the same time, and we do not come home at the same time. Apartment dwellers also do not all uniformly leave at one time and leave and return home in the afternoon. So I think the last time I checked this data, there were over 100 data points. Maybe it's only 60 data points in this analysis of average trip generation rates. Does that help?
it does a little bit. I just know what that hill looks like, and this way going during the
Sure.
day, I'll come home at 4:35 o'clock and it takes me 20 minutes coming down Waterson Trail. So I'm just
Sure, absolutely
just
it
trying
does.
to figure out
Absolutely.
where you got those
Yes.
numbers. So
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yes.
With the data point? So you're saying that you take other apartment complexes with 161 units and look at the average trip between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., 4 and 6 p.m., what their averages are. There's 100 of those that then determine what this would be.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not, it's
I mean, some of the apartment complexes could be 60 units, some of them could be 300,
Okay,
right? So it's a count that of the driveway, how many people went in, how many people came out,
how many units are in that complex to calculate that average rate per apartment unit.
What's the, so if the apartment complex's range that's in the data set,
Yes,
what's the min and max for the apartments? Is it like you said, 60 units and like 300 units, or is it more like 60 and 70?
I could either go to my computer and look that up and give you a detailed answer. It ranges from as low as 20. I cannot off the top of my head tell you how large the max is.
Okay, thank you.
No, I mean, look at they pick these apartments.
In your experience, well, first up, how many traffic impact studies have you conducted on multifamily developments in your career? If you can count that out.
I have completed over 800 total. Multifamily is probably in the 200 to 300. In the developments that I have had counted, that they are below the average that's in the manual.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing it right. And I just, because I don't know the stuff, I don't know how to do this. I don't do traffic studies. So when you say you have 100 data points, you're looking at other apartment complexes of similar size, or there's a range in size. I want to make sure I get the 20 to
It could be a range of size.
Okay.
They are all 1 to 3 story buildings.
1 to 3
They
story
are
buildings.
all in a suburban setting. So the trip rates for more of a dense, in a dense walkable area are actually lower. And I could have used a smaller,
right.
a lower rate, but to be conservative, we use the highest rate possible for apartments.
Gotcha.
Also, a 4-story building generally has fewer trips per unit than a 3-story building.
Gotcha. Thank you. And my question was because I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples,
Yes.
not apples to oranges.
And then I want to clarify something, make sure everybody understands this. The rate that you're talking about, so you've got traffic counts from a variety of other multifamily developments. They generate a rate per unit, right? A number of trips per unit at the peak hour. And then you apply that to the number of units that are in the proposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Makes sense.
Okay.
On your report on your like page 3, where you're showing the numbers that are turning and all that, is that the current traffic?
Yes, sir.
we
That
have?
is the current traffic on March the 19th of 2026.
But I have a question too about so it's a study on what the apartments might bring as far as trips,
Yes.
not what the actual study was. It's not actually done during peak on Waterston Trail and Bluebird Lane.
No,
Okay.
it's a multi-step process. We start with the traffic counts, that what actually is going on out there today. We add in additional traffic growth that's going to happen because other things are happening in this community. And then we add on the trips from the apartments. And the comparison is between what happens if these apartments are not built and what happens if they are built. And what then is the developer's responsibility to mitigate based on that difference.
And wasn't this traffic study done on a Thursday,
Yes,
which I understand the senior center does not have any activities that day?
I
Oh.
was not aware of that difference.
I would,
Not true?
Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
I would, Mr. Kirk is here. He can answer questions as well. He's provided a review of Diane's traffic study. And I think if you look at his review, I believe he says, and he's here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, that his counts on Friday that were conducted didn't result in a material change in the number of trips on the road. So Thursday, Friday were not material to the study.
Okay, we can commence with your questions at this point. Now, I understand there were a couple of people that had their hands raised that wanted to ask some questions about particular people. Are you individuals who signed in as people who are going to testify? Okay, I'm going to try to do this, and I apologize if I get these names wrong, but some of them are almost as bad as my handwriting. The first person I'm going to call will be from the support group. And I do apologize, but it is faint. Is it Melina Itarachi? If you would, please stand, speak into the microphone and give the reporter your name and address, and she'll swear you in.
Hi, you need to swear me in first or name and address first? Melina Hettiarachi, Hettiaratchi, 9403 Willowwood Way, Louisville, Kentucky, 40299. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pike and the council. My name is Melina Hettiarachi. I'm a resident of J-Town. I did speak in front of the Planning Commission, so I thought it appropriate that I come and speak again. I want to start by saying something that might surprise you. The opposition to this project isn't wrong about the problem that's at the heart of this project. Sorry. J-Town residents have been left out of planning and development conversations for a really long time. Decisions. Yeah, no problem. Decisions get made, signs go up, and the community finds out when it's too late to matter. That frustration is real, it's valid, and it has been building for decades. But that's a failure of this process and not this project. Because I also looked into how this development actually came together. When it popped up on all of the social media, I reached out and I got meetings. These have been really accessible local developers. What I found is that this developer did things that no process actually required him to do. You've heard a lot of that tonight. He attended a meeting hosted by the Roof Over Our Head Housing Coalition for Louisville. It was at the J-Town Library. He was there and none of the opposition were. He met with the executive director of TARC to work through whether a shuttle to the industrial park or the hospital, the new hospital that's coming, would be feasible. He's researched bike rental programs and commuter reward systems to give future residents real incentives to not be on the road. He reworked the entire design after receiving community feedback online, before tonight, before any official public hearing, and before he was obligated to listen to anyone. This is a developer who's done more than the bare minimum, and he did it while following a framework that this council put in place in 2021. 2023. Studies built on public input, aligned with Louisville's Plan 2040 that values connected, healthy, authentic, sustainable, and equitable development. I didn't come up with those words. Those are Louisville's overarching plan for what this county development is supposed to look like. He didn't ignore the planning work that's come from our elected officials. He used it. So here's what I'd ask this council to grapple with tonight. If you vote no, you're not going to fix the broken process that left this community out of the conversation. That problem will still be here tomorrow. What you will have done is punish a developer, the one that I've seen, who showed up to housing coalition meetings, who's called public departments to find creative solutions, who went further than anyone asked, and you'll have made it less likely that the next developer bothers. The answer to decades of bad process is to demand better process, and that's what people are really doing here tonight. Earlier engagement, more binding input, real accountability at every stage. I hope this council will push for exactly that. But that reform should be aimed at the system, not at the project that worked within it, better than anybody had a right to respect or expect.
30 seconds.
J-Town deserves development that takes this community seriously, and this project has. So please vote yes on the Bluebird lofts. Thank you.
Chris Hansen?
Ms. Hinton or Mr. Hinton?
Chris.
Okay.
Good evening. Chris Henson, Henson, 5413 Chenoweth Run Road, 40299. I do. I had the honor of serving this country in Afghanistan. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And with that comes something I value deeply, the right to disagree. Tonight, I value every opinion in this room. Whether you support this project or oppose it, your voice matters. But opinions can't override the law. I've watched people in this room support projects, oppose projects, and then celebrate them once they become part of our community. Change is difficult. I understand that. Fear of the unknown is human. But this is not a project to fear. The biggest threat to J-Town isn't growth, it's vacancy. It's stagnation. It's watching investment, business, and opportunities go somewhere else. J-Town's not a small town. It is the 13th largest city in Kentucky. It's home to the largest industrial park and soon will be home to the largest children's hospital in the country. This isn't a small town. It's an underdeveloped downtown. We already have the jobs. What we need are the people. We need investment and the vision to support them. Over the years, I've learned that our development process is broken. It's confusing, it's divisive, and often brings communities together far too late. By the time neighbors hear about projects, years have passed and hundreds of thousands of dollars have been invested. We need change. We need a development plan. We need transparency. We need a process that invites collaboration instead of conflict. Most of all, we need to stop treating growth as something to survive and start treating it as something to shape. We cannot ask for growth, revitalization, and investment only when it's convenient or politically easy. Tonight, I ask you to choose progress over fear, facts over rumors, community over division, and a future worthy of the people who call J-Town home. Thank you.
Paula Henson.
That was my husband. I love him very much. Hi. Yeah. Paula Henson, 5413 Chenoweth Run Road, 429. Yeah. Yes, I do. Hi. Hi, my name is Paula Henson. I'm owner of Above the Dirt Garden Shop. I married that man. I love him very much. I've been an enthusiastic supporter of this project from the absolute very beginning. I would just like to add, I'm a fan of all the projects from all the different people. I love the Gaslight Festival. I love the amphitheater. I love the chili tour that we started. I like farmers markets. I like the downtown markets, all the things that bring the community downtown. I either support it or am actively involved in it. I love the live, work, play J-Town. Like, to me, this is the absolute right attitude, and all of that is different groups of people all coming together. So for me, this apartment complex, I'm a big fan of it because it's fancy, and I think it fits in with the whole vibe of everything of bringing everybody downtown. Obviously, I have a business here. My kids go to J-Town Elementary. We live here. I drive through here 12 times a day. I am genuinely fearful that without this new development type of mentality, we're just gonna like slide off into Taylorsville Road and all of this excitement that could be ours, and it would just, I don't know, go away. It won't even be going to somebody else. I think we're on the brink of something very spectacular. I welcome these new tenants. I'm excited if they bring their kids to my kids' school. I love it. I love J-Town. I'm super bummed that this got intense on Facebook because in all reality, when we look in the rearview mirror, this is a really cool place to be with really cool people that care. And I think these really nice fancy apartments are going to be a great addition to that. On the plant side of things, I would like to add, because ecologically, I do have an opinion that might not be, I don't know, admissible in court, but is very learned. We are increasing the tree canopy. They've promised not to plant any invasive species. This is going to increase biodiversity way more than an empty, privately owned, vacant turf lot. So when you're talking about root system and depth and all of that, it has nothing to do with what you all study, but it is something I know well, and it is going to be a better choice, in my personal opinion. With that being said, I just want to say I've supported this from the beginning, and I want to be neighbors before and after, and be a part of each other's community, whether win or lose. Thank you. Thank you.
Don Wenzel.
Don Wenzel, 12109 Taylorsville Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40299. Well, I assume you're going to swear me in. I do. Mayor and Town Council, thanks for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this project. This evening, I'd like to start by talking about economic impact. This project represents one of the largest ever in J-Town's town center core that will provide immense economic development boost to our city, which is much needed. Many municipalities would covet a project of this scale, of this character, and with a development team that is local and, as we have heard, is very focused on the needs of the community. J-Town has had some challenges in attracting business to its core center. We have on our town square in a marquee location, the former Dickey's Barbecue, we have a vacant site. We need to do better in our core downtown. We're doing well on the fringes. The city has been interested in the past in acquiring additional land as part of the actual city. But let's focus on our town center, and this project will do exactly that. If we care about J-Town being viable, we need to support this project and increase the viability of those living downtown. For those that like to split hairs, I think what should have been said earlier is that any published study supports this project in this location. Nothing has been published or approved as guidance by the city that goes against this project. So was the master plan formally approved by the town council? No, but nothing was approved by the town council, and no guidance has been published that goes against what this project is desiring to do from a legal land development code standpoint. This property has been zoned R7 for 40 plus years. If there was a desire on the part of the city to change what goes there, we've had 40 years to do it. Finally, what's most important to me is the integrity of the land development code. This project meets the letter and the spirit of our land development code. It has been approved by Metro Louisville's Planning Commission, as we heard, 10-0.
30 seconds.
A decision other than approving this project, which again meets the four corners and the letter and spirit of the land development code, would put a chilling effect on any further development in downtown J-Town. Who would come to J-Town if we bring a project that meets all the rules and the town council says no? Please support this project. It's worthy and it's needed. Thanks for your time.
Derek Lyons.
My name is Derek Lyons. I live at 151 East Blue Jay Road in Louisville, Kentucky, 40229. Yes, ma'am. I've worked in J-Town now for 22 plus years. Worked just on the other side of Waterson Trail. I work at Chenoweth Appliances. This development that we're talking about is 161 more families. That's a possibility of 161 more families walking up Waterson Trail to Gaslight Festival every year. That's also could be the nurses and doctors that employ this new hospital that they're looking to build. That's a lot. We deal with traffic in J-Town every single day. There's nothing new about it. Morning, afternoon, it's all the time. I've seen it for over 20 years. Kind of like the rain we deal with in the viaduct. It's a normal thing. Honest to goodness, I feel like it could do good for J-Town. It's more revenue for the city. That just allows the city to do more. I mean, that beautiful, beautiful building that you all are doing for the amphitheater. That's a pretty nice looking little amphitheater. And then J-Town fit the coin for it. Honestly, those appliances that go into those units, that could possibly come from my store. They could be going down to Chris's hardware store or down to Above the Dirt to get a new plant. Honestly, I've looked and stared at that spot for over 20 years. Something should be done with it. And I understand the traffic. I deal with it every day. I go up and down Waterson Trail 20, 30 times a day between my store and my warehouse. I get it. I do understand the traffic really well. And I hear it. But hopefully the city of J-Town can come up with a good resolution and maybe come to a good agreement and maybe get this figured out. That's all I have. You all have a wonderful evening.
Thanks. Neil Lively. Neil Lively, 1142 Flat Rock Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40245. I do. I don't live in J-Town, obviously. I build apartments. I've done it for over 30 years and I've done over 3,000 units. Built for Charlie Brown. I think heard in one of these meetings that the Brown Ultimeyer product is admired by the people of J-Town. This is a quality product that we're talking about. It's providing housing that is desperately needed. Every study that you hear from anybody in the world that knows housing and needs and homeless people, it's all trickle down. We need luxury for the people in J-Town. This product provides it. It's not a throw up quick deal. And the developer is committed to, and I have known him for several years. He is a follow through kind of guy. He's not a build it, sell it and run off in the dark. I thank you for your time and please consider the need for this product.
Thank you.
Neil Lutz.
Yeah, that's Nick Lutz, and sorry for my bad handwriting. No, it got me in fourth grade too, so it's not just you. But Nick Lutz, 3201 Glenstone Court, Jeffersontown, Kentucky. I do. All right. Thank you again, Nick Lutz, J-Town resident. I'm here tonight because I think the decision is about more than one apartment complex. It is about whether Jeffersontown follows its own rules, whether facts matter, and whether this remains a city where people at every stage of life can find a home. I believe this development belongs here. It's near jobs, shops, services, and major roads. That's not a flaw. That is how a thriving town center works. People who earn a living or shop or worship in J-Town shouldn't be forced to drive in from elsewhere because every new home gets pushed further away. At 161 units, this proposal represents roughly 1% increase in J-Town's housing stock. That's real homes for real people, but it will hardly cause our city to burst at the seams. Some people may categorically dislike apartments, but this land has been zoned for multifamily housing for decades. The Land Development Code permits its use. That does not give the developer a blank check, but it does mean that this process should not be a referendum on whether apartments belong in J-Town. That question was answered when the city adopted the zoning. The only question tonight is whether the applicant has met the standards and whether conditions are needed. Traffic is a fair concern, but the answer cannot be to freeze a city in amber. We should address traffic directly through smart site design, safe access, and sidewalks. For other impacts like drainage, we should hold the developer to our clear existing standards. Denial should not be a substitute for mitigation. And I want to say one more thing plainly. People who live in apartments are not at risk to be managed or a threat to be presumed. They are neighbors building lives, paying bills, going to work, and raising families. We should judge a housing proposal by objective standards, not by fear or anecdote. So my request is simple. If the applicant has not met the standards, state specifically where they fell short, but these issues can be addressed through reasonable, lawful waivers or conditions, then condition the project and vote yes. Jeffersontown should be a city that follows its own rules and one where new residents are treated as neighbors. Thank you.
Ed Green.
Ed Green, 7609 Green Lawn Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40242. I do. Over the last several months, I've worked with the Bluebird Luxury Loss team as a communications and community outreach representative. I came into this project with more than 30 years of experience in journalism and public outreach on behalf of public agencies and institutions. For more than a decade, I helped grow a business at the edge of J-Town, at times helping this community promote its businesses and events. My role was not to convince people what to think. My role was much simpler than that, to help gather information, answer questions, share facts, and make sure members of the community had access to more information about this proposal. What I found is something I've seen many times throughout my career. On virtually every development project, people form strong opinions early. Sometimes those opinions change when new information becomes available. Sometimes they don't. That's simply part of the process. Pleasantly, I also had conversations with dozens of residents, business owners, and community stakeholders who were genuinely interested in learning more and agreed with the vision of this project. This group asked thoughtful questions. They wanted to understand the project. They wanted facts, and they deserved honest answers. I can say from my experience, no one I've ever worked with has been as respectful to community feedback as the development team that's putting this project forward. Throughout the process, their team made good faith efforts to commission studies, revise plans, share information publicly, and respond to concerns about issues ranging from traffic and design to parking and compatibility with the surrounding area. The goal was always transparency and engagement. As I looked at the planning documents, zoning history, and community visioning materials, one fact became increasingly clear. This proposal is consistent with the long-term vision that community leaders have established for this area. The site has long been planned and zoned for multifamily project, and community planning efforts have identified the need for additional housing options near the downtown area. Just as important, this project represents an investment in the future of J-Town and an opportunity to build a more vibrant community. Reasonable people can disagree about development. That's healthy. That's why public input is so important. But I also believe we should respect the rights of property owners who are pursuing projects that comply with the rules. The question isn't whether J-Town will grow. The question is whether it will allow growth that follows the community's own plans, respects private property rights, and strengthens the businesses and places that make it special. I hope you will support this development plan and work with this team to build a successful project that brings more energy and residents to J-Town.
Tony Wilcox.
Hello. Tony Wilcox, 9006 Lawton Lane, Laughton, Louisville 40222. I do. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, my name is Tony Wilcox. I'm a commercial real estate broker with SRS Real Estate Partners. We're a national firm based in Dallas, Texas. We have a large Louisville office, and that's where I work as a broker. We're a retail focused firm, but we do broker other asset classes. I came to brokerage later in life. I was up 50 before I even started. And prior to that, I was a multifamily developer and property owner, mainly in the manufactured housing community space. So, and not in Jefferson County, but I support the square. I grew up on the outskirts of J-Town, Fern Creek, J-Town border. I now live in Hurstbourne, which is directly across from Hurstbourne Lane from Plainview, which is J-Town. And I frequent monthly, I'm in a customer at one of the businesses in the square. And I feel very fortunate to know several of the business owners of those diners and, the beach and bait house, et cetera. The square's the heart of J-Town. I think we all agree with that. The Gaslight is such an important, Gaslight Festival, that is such an important thing to J-Town. And in talking to some of these business owners, I have been shocked, frankly, to understand the percentage of their annual revenue that happens in the 2 weeks, 10 days of Gaslight. But there's a rest of the year. And the rest of the year, they could use more traffic foot traffic in this case, which I think is valuable. One of the most attractive things I think about the site for the families that would live there is that it's walkable to Hardware Mexican restaurant. So many different of the businesses that we know. And I think that's a very attractive thing. But for the business owners, it's particularly attractive. It's a whole new group of people that are is that easy to access these places. And so I think I think one will, they both help each other in that regard, being an attractive situation, and will help the year-round, revenue of these businesses that we want to win. We don't want them to close. They've got to compete on their own merit, of course. But at any rate, so the final point that I was going to make tonight really comes back to my job, which is a real estate broker. Yes. Zoning speaks clearly to the allowed use. It is a communication from government, and it has tremendous impact on value. Even you can take agricultural land worth $10,000 an acre, rezone it to industrial, and make it $150,000 an acre like that. And we're not talking about rezoning here, but we are talking about zoning tends to be very specific about what can be there. These 10 things can be there. But if we really mean only these three, second time. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry.
Kurt Shelton.
Hello, my name's Kurt Shelton, 1600 Goose Creek Road, Baghdad, Kentucky, 40003. Yes. So, I obviously don't live in J-Town, but I raised my kids here and I had a business here and I still own property that's on Washington Trail and Plantside Drive. And I just think learning now that the hospital is going to be coming, it just seems to me as a business owner that it's just a no-brainer. The nurses, the doctors, the people that can afford the loft and the luxury apartments are going to be looking for that type of residence. So I didn't prepare any type of speech, but I'm all for it. I just think it's a great thing for the community.
Thank you.
Kenneth Pryor III.
Kenneth Pryor III, 4309 Donnerville Run Drive. I do. All right. Coming up here to speak takes a lot. Not 100% sure what the big debate is. Sometimes, like looking at some of the comments I've seen, some of the things I hear behind me. I am a resident of J-Town. Doesn't matter if you're a resident of J-Town or not, you can still have interest in something or own businesses and support it in the area. Just want to point that out there. I am a photographer in the area. I own a studio in this area. I'm a part of a radio station that's also in this area that promotes and gladly says, we are part of J-Town. I go to almost every event. I was even at the Big Pour. I'm proudly brag about all the things that we have going on. To me, this whole thing comes down to a simple matter of check boxes. I know I've heard several people already say it, but I want to add mine on there as well. Check boxes of requirements. Did they check it? Yes or no? Other things as far as like processing and things like that doesn't necessarily apply to this particular project. It sounds like something on a bigger scale. So yes, I am in support of this project to bring in more neighbors. Majority of the people a lot of people that come to our events here in J-Town are not from this area. And now we're opening up an opportunity to bring more neighbors, more people who's just going to be in the area. So it's different if it was proposing an apartment that we don't get to even share some of the amenities. I'm cool where I'm at, but I like the fact that there are amenities that the community also gets to enjoy as well. So it also comes down to a simple matter of businesses. It helps local businesses. It helps me definitely. I'll happily be on standby to take their pictures. But just saying, but so I do have a vested interest. This is other business owners in the area. There's more people who's going to eat at Cravy's. More people's going to be at the bowling alley. More people to share a margarita with at El Nopal and all these other great places that we have out here. So please, let's get this apartments built on and we can have a great night.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking.
Anthony W. Combs II.
My name is Anthony W. Gaines II. It's probably my handwriting too. And my address is 3401 Debo Way, 40220. Yes, I do. Perfect. So I got my notes here, like everybody else did. But I wanted to say good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Anthony Gaines, and I'm the founder and CEO of Gaines Media Company. And our motto is real simple. It is conversation can save a nation. And what we do, we're storytellers. We believe the best decisions happen when people are willing to sit down, ask questions, listen, and have real conversations like what's going on today. And obviously, like a few of us now, I don't actually live in J-Town. I live about 10 minutes up the road, 10, 12 minutes up the road from here. I'm 33 years old. I'm a husband. I'm an entrepreneur, obviously. My wife is a therapist. We have 3 young boys. We rent a townhome 10 minutes up the road from here. And we're actually one of those families that's actively looking at where we want to live next. And in saying that, my family spends a lot of time right here in J-Town. We don't go downtown. We come out here to eat. We come out here to bowl. We come out here to shop. I work part-time right out there on Hurstbourne. And my media company does work right here in J-Town. So the future of this community matters to me and my family as well. And when I first talked to Aaron and Chris about this project, I didn't know much about the project. So before I formed a full opinion on it, I did what I always do, which is start talking to people. And throughout this process, I've been able to talk to people, talk to business owners, residents, workers in the community, church members in the community. I've talked to young people, older people, people who support it. I've heard the concerns of people who oppose it. And after weeks of listening to these conversations, the conclusion I came to is that there are a lot more people who support this project than I think people might realize. The difference is today, many of them aren't able to be here because they're working and raising families like I am, doing exactly what people in my age are supposed to be doing. A Wednesday at 5 o'clock is real hard for a lot of people to get out to be able to show their support for something like this, but they still care about what happens here. And from my perspective, this project is about more than another apartment building. It's about housing. It's about supporting the restaurants and small businesses that make Jeffersontown exactly what it is. It's about making sure this community continues to grow. So I'll leave you with this. As someone who spends his life talking to communities, listening to people, real deep throughout the city of Louisville and telling their stories, I believe this project represents an opportunity for families, local businesses, and an opportunity for J-Town's future, like a lot of people I've talked to said. So tonight, I respectfully ask you to vote in favor of this project.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the council, that completes the list of people who have signed up in support to speak. And it's been about an hour and 45 minutes. I'm getting ready to waive that waiver that I gave earlier. But if anyone would like to take a break at this time, how you all doing?
Take a break.
Keep going?
Take a break.
You're
you need to take a 5-minute.
Here we go. Well, if she needs a break, we got to have a break.
I make a motion, we take a recess until 7.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Oh, no, don't worry. That's why I brought my sweater.
Downstairs, take one.
No, I
The yellow bird back there. The yellow bird back
Yeah,
there.
that's a good idea. I need to see.
We're dressed in yellow by the back door. Good it is.
I mean, I can't.
Sure. No. Hey, she's trying to impact the vote. Go in the helps to the right is the score. Go in the office, all the way in the office and back by the back by the old safe. That. You can do it. Give it all you want. I got it. Yeah, go to third turn.
I don't mind second or third, but it's just. Yeah. I have to wait. I don't want to keep it.
No, it's no problem.
Oh, there's nobody. Nope, that's nobody.
Nobody gets it.
Nobody gets it. I was like, I'll just take that one out. Oh, here we are. I'll put a second so that. I think my husband. They'll be all like my husband. He's a better speaker. I get, little tongue time. You fine.
You did well.
Good. Shopping center we own. We own it. Yeah, that's the one that takes the longest. Has the least amount of rent. This might keep. Very impressive. Have you been here? I have. Well, there's. It's very, I think, well-reasoned, sure, calm, good demeanor, people saying things, and if I was Aaron and Chris, I would feel really good about it. Yeah. Not New Albany, not Jefferson. Those are two. Sign up to see. I just submitted and he said it was too late. So we'll see. But anyway, I thought, it's a really good vibe. How are you? Well, you know. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But, yeah, thank you. See, I'll see you on
Yes, I'll be able to get it. I just, I was sick last Thanks. Okay, thanks. You're gonna get called as soon as they come back. Okay. Plainview at 1978. Right, was a. It was a nice new design. This is what it is. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my.
So what made you happy birthday to you?
I make a motion, we reconvene. You got a second? I got 7 o'clock. We can delay, but we got to start. Gotta start.
You two want to be out here talking. Good morning.
I think if we start it, though, everyone will be quiet. Send her a happy birthday.
Oh, look.
It's happening tonight. It's gonna happen.
All I do is keep happy.
We got enough to reconvene. We could just have 3 more times. I think you're. Make a motion, we reconvene the meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion meeting reconvened.
Mr. Fisher?
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we were
I get it.
Guys,
we were on schedule.
kind of reconvening the
Meeting just got reconvened.
Mr. Fisher, we've reconvened the meeting.
Hey, Fred.
Fred, we've
Already reconvened the meeting. We've reconvened the meeting.
Mr. Ashburn needed to go upstairs.
Mayor's not here, but she was.
We wanted to make sure we hit the 7 o'clock.
Go ahead and
open. You've already done it.
We already opened it, yeah.
We need to wait.
Yeah. I mean, hey, Fred, it is Pam Hickey's birthday today. So
42, by the way.
So we are,
I'm going.
this is the most complicated surprise birthday party we've ever pulled off. Yeah. Happy birthday, Pam.
Happy birthday, Pam.
Mr. Pryor, was it Mr. Pryor that spoke last over here? Was it Mr.
Tim speaking.
Was it I'm sorry? Mr. Gaines, you got up here and made the comment, you're happy to have this conversation. We have not, as a council, been able to talk about this for the last, about a week ago. We've been getting beat up on Facebook. So we are happy to have this conversation. Pete, we've been taking darts. So you're happy to have this conversation. We're open to be able to talk about it because we're not allowed to. So thank you for saying that.
She's stuck it.
Hey, Mayor.
Surprise. She's been hiding here the whole time.
Too short you can't see me.
Yeah, that's ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. We did miss one person, Miss Gail Lively. Would you come up here, please? Would you like to use this instead of that?
Hey,
Give her your name and address.
Gail Lively, 1142 Flat Rock Road.
I certainly do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Gail Lively, and I previously, before retirement, was the Executive Director of the Louisville Apartment Association, as well as the Kentucky Apartment Association. I so appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak about the role that professionally developed and managed apartment market rate communities play in a successful city. I'm speaking today as a member of the Louisville community, taxpayer, former apartment leasing professional, and as if you couldn't tell by the gray hair, the first manager of Plainview Apartments. So I feel your pain. I recognize any significant development proposal raises a lot of legitimate questions. Residents, public officials should ask about traffic, drainage, building design, and compatibility with our surrounding properties and the capacity of the local infrastructure. Those questions should be addressed carefully through the planning process, engineering analysis, and enforceable development conditions. But those site-specific questions should not be generalized questions or assumptions that apartment renters and multifamily communities are all bad. Market rate communities are an important part of a good local economy. They provide homes for people at many stages of life. Young professionals beginning their careers, employees recruited into our community, and couples who preferred not to own a home, but to go through life transition and empty nesting who want to remain not responsible for their families and businesses. I'm sure most of us have been in one of those stages of life. Ourselves, Neil and I, he was good, in need of a nice apartment to live in within the Louisville community. The residents are not separate from the community. They are employees, customers, volunteers, taxpayers, friends, and neighbors. Recent research commissioned by the National Apartment Association, the construction of a typical 100-unit apartment community generates approximately $35.7 million in economic activity and supports 179 construction jobs. Once occupied, I am so sorry. Thank you. I just am long-winded and have been. Thank you. I support Aaron and his project, and thank you so much.
Thank you. There were two other individuals who came into the meeting and hadn't signed in that have now that are in support of this. And the first one is Will Bakoven. Did I? It's because I just asked him.
Will Bakoven, 3616 Fallen Timber Drive, 40241. Bockoven. I do. My name is Will Bakoven. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity. I'll be quick. I know this is a lot of people tonight and we want to hear both sides. Two things. My name is Will Bakoven. I own a shopping center on Ruck Regal. I don't live in J-Town, but I work here. I manage and I lease and I do all kinds of things. I'm a commercial real estate broker as well. And one thing I've noticed is of the shopping centers we own, the one on Ruck Regal has the most challenge. It takes longer to lease. It has more problems with the lease rates. It's the lowest rates of all the ones we own around town. And I think that can change with a different number of people coming in the community. I think Bluebird is one of these projects that can help that quite a bit. I want to talk a little bit about economic impact, and I have some numbers here. The overall project is $46 million of a private investment. This isn't subsidized. This isn't government. This is a market rate apartment community. And this is approximate, by the way. The assessment based on that number would be potentially about $570,000 annually. That is direct revenue that could go to J-Town. Of that is approximately $92,000 to J-Town Fire, J-Town Fire Department, police, emergency services, the government. There's just a lot of tax revenue, but more importantly, of the residents that live here, approximately $6.2 million of expenditures could be spent just from the residents there once the apartments are stabilized. Of that, approximately $1 million to $2 million locally. Now, again, this is hypothetical. This is based off of U.S. Census Bureau tracts and Bureau of Labor Statistics, but it represents a lot of money for local businesses, for coffee shops, barbers, salons, restaurants, all within a pretty close proximity to downtown. I think that's really important to consider. It's a great opportunity, and I think it's something you don't want to pass up. Thank you for your time.
There was one other in support, Carl Brasley.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Brasley, 9104 Bristol Avenue. Brazley. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, council members and mayor, and happy birthday, Councilwoman. I'll be real quick. I'm a deacon at First Baptist Church right down the street, so I'm sure all you guys know where we are. And while we're supportive of, we've had several conversations, but I come in a different context. My background's in marketing, and we led the opportunity for the Twin Bridges. If you guys remember all the controversy went on about that, we put the PR plan together and we kind of executed that. But this is what I wanted to tell you. What we found, how we got resolution was we had to find where there's common ground. And one of the methods we used was called the problem-solving model. The problem-solving model has 4 pieces to it. The first says correctly identify the problem. Hear me, correctly identify the problem. The second one says correctly identify solution. Third says apply the solution. And fourth says check, monitor, see if you got to start all over again. And so as we've been listening to this, to be honest with you guys, I don't get all of it. I get some of it. I'm not as in depth as you guys are, even though I live literally right across the J-Town line and I'm over to church like 7 days out of 7. This is kind of how I see it. I hear people talking about problems and issues, but I haven't heard people talk about how they win. I would love to hear both sides tell me how you win. Don't tell me how you lose. Don't tell me your problems. Why don't we both work on how we win? We know that there's needs for the city. We know there's needs for the people. We know there's opportunities available. Some say it's not my opportunities. Others say it's not theirs. And I'm saying, when are we going to have that conversation about how we all win? Will we come to the table and not talk about where we're different? Will we come to the table and talk about where we can solve problems, where we can help each other? And in good negotiations and good, everybody gets something. Nobody gets everything. And I love J-Town. I grew up here in Louisville, went around the world and came back now, have my own business. I'm a board member. I've done a whole bunch of things. But where I'm most interested in is right here where I live, where I go to church, where I spend my money. And I would love to see us do something most people don't do. Let's just win. Because most of the times we walk away and nobody really wins. So I would love to see Bluebird win. I'd love to see the community win. I'd love to see us set an example for everybody else. Thank you.
That concludes the support. Is there anybody who filled out one of these cards coming in whose name I haven't called? Anybody at all? Okay, now we'll open up. We'll open up the opposition. And the first name I have is Holly Birch. Is your husband signed up too? Did you say your husband is signed up too?
Oh, no.
Okay. Give him the name and address.
Yes. Hello. So I'm Holly Birch, Burch. My address is 2714 Allen Mead Road, 40205. Yes, I do. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I had no time to prepare for anything, 30 minutes. But on behalf of my grandpa, who is back here, and my elderly parents who had to leave because they've been here for too long, I am going to come up here and speak to you all today. I am born and raised in Jeffersontown. I do walks with my grandpa on a regular basis through the city. I have watched it evolve. The traffic through here has grown immensely. I see the businesses that are within downtown Jeffersontown, and to me, they thrive. If they're not, it's because word of mouth or marketing is not happening the way that it should. So everyone has presented their case. I have 3 minutes, but I've got facts that I want to point out. The first one being that within a 10-mile radius, there are at least 9 to 11 apartment complexes already available. If there's not option for people to move in, that's not the city's fault. The second point I want to point out is that there were recordings done for Watterson Trail and Taylorsville Road. What about Grand Avenue and Bluebird Lane? The traffic will increase should this complex be approved. And it's already busy. Also, I didn't hear the Bluebird Gym mentioned, which is busy on the weekends, 24/7 or whatever the hours of operation is. So that traffic needs to be considered as well. Third point, the business, the 2 restaurants, 3 maybe that have closed, Quality Exhaust Automotive was there for 30 years and it was successful. I delivered car parts there. So it was successful. If the other businesses have not made it, maybe people don't like barbecue or whatever else was there. Point number 4 that I would like to mention is over on Grand Avenue. We hear the noise from the rec bar. We also hear the noise from the new amphitheater that was just put up. So who's to say that the noise ordinance would not only increase, but possibly even have some more crime issues that need to be patrolled should this project be approved. Excuse me. Point number 5 that I would like to bring up is the demolition that needs to be considered, because I know, and my grandpa can speak to this, that a leak happened once that new Jeffersontown project was put in at the end of Grand Avenue. Yes, sir. And I would like for you all to consider who's going to cover that for the residents and or businesses. Point 6, increases on tax. Who's going to be paying for that? Utilities, property taxes, as this business or development will do that. Please consider the whole project, not just having more community within an overpopulated area. Thank you very much.
Randy Lawson.
Hi, I'm Randy Lawson, 10714 Old Taylorsville Road, Jeffersontown, Kentucky, 40299. I do. Excuse me for not addressing you. I've got a lot to cover. Even if a project's design meets the zoning requirements, a legal 3-dimensional space defined by setbacks, height limits, and a lot coverage, it still may clash with the fabric, scale, and character of its neighborhood. Zoning rules are enforceable legal codes that set maximum size, height, and placement, but they very seldom account for the aesthetic, historical, and social context of the place or the site. The developer is treating Jeffersontown like a community with no character or future. They claim that because they satisfy the land development code, that the community's established peace and function don't matter, that you don't have a choice. The development might pass legal inspection on paper, but stands to overwhelm the local infrastructure, like exaggerating an already undesirable traffic flow, taxing emergency service delivery, and low straining in local utilities, etc. The responsibility of the Development Review Committee included consideration of whether the project fits and will foster a healthy, livable community. It appears that the DRC missed their mark. Legality dictates what a developer can do. Ethics and good planning dictate what they should do. Satisfying a legal checklist does not automatically mean a project integrates safely or visually into our community. We are asking for a project that respects the neighborhood. We should not approve this project because it meets the letter of the law and is accompanied by threats of a lawsuit should it be denied. I'm gonna close with an analogy, so bear with me. This is gonna be a wedding. There's gonna be a wedding. The maid of honor has to buy a pair of shoes. The salesman talks her into buying a pair of shoes 2 sizes too small. She felt pressured and needed these shoes, so she agreed. That decision ultimately produced severe foot pain, blisters, and a horrible experience. The shoes were uncomfortable to say the least, and she regretted buying them. As it turned out, the best man got to a tuck shop late, and the only shirt left was almost 2 sizes too small in the neck. He wore a 17 shirt, and all they had was a 15.5. He felt he had no choice. Even for a short period of time, the shirt restricted the blood flow, put extra pressure on his carotid arteries, and caused intense discomfort, caused a headache and dizziness. In short, it choked him.
30 seconds.
You ask what world this has to do with the Bluebird apartment project? Both involve a marriage of sorts. One between a husband and a wife, the other between the city of Jeffersontown and Bluebird apartment complex. The difference being, approve the Bluebird project creates a marriage that cannot be annulled or terminated with divorce. Before you say I do, carefully consider what you know about Jeffersontown, what you aspire Jeffersontown to be. Consider what you have heard this evening, and of course, consider the short and long-term effect your decision stands to bring to the Jeffersontown community. Thank you.
I have Rachel / Joel Nelson. Is it a couple? Okay, 2 of you. You got the whole, are you all going to speak? All 5 of you?
My name is Joel Nelson. I'm resident of 10704 Old Taylorsville Road, 40299. I do. So I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. My wife Audrey kind of signed me up for this, but just so you know, I'm a resident. I live right down the street. I have no financial interest in this project, but I do have a neighborhood interest, so that is naturally going to shape my view. We are a walking family. You know, for a while, I rode my bike up and down those roads for, you know, those ones for about 15 years. So I'm familiar with walking. I'm familiar with the traffic situations, the influxes, and we're going to hear about, I mean, you've already heard about some of these things like traffic and drainage. And some of that just comes with the territory. Development is inevitably a compromise. And so we have to determine if the juice is worth the squeeze. And with this project, the scale, I think most people's problem isn't progress. It isn't development in general. It's the scale and the scope of the project. I mean, originally it was 5 stories, now it's 4. I would argue that it should be 2 or 3. And I think if my understanding of the code's correct, it's either 4 stories or 35 feet, whichever is most restrictive. I may be wrong, but this project would inevitably be the skyline of J-Town for a while. You're coming down, if you come down Larson Trail, that is going to be the only thing you see on the hill. And, you know, in my mind, I don't want to see that. I mean, I think there is a reason why all the images have it on a flat scape. You feel like you're driving by U of L or something like that. But, you know, and then the infrastructure does not currently support it. Maybe it could, but there is no real relief for that site. My family likes to walk to the library. We do not want to get hit by a car. I like to ride a bike. I do not want to get hit by a car again. You know, we don't want to get hit crossing, and we get cut through traffic. The traffic study does not account for the people who are not taking the main roads. We're already seeing people cutting these corners, and when they cut the corners, they speed. And to somebody with young kids, that is a valid concern, because you know people are going to go down Old Taylorsville Road. They're going to go down Denny Brook and all these other streets to cut the corners. So our main thing is the scope of the project. I don't, it's probably going to be developed, but a project of this scale just seems like it is too big for the space.
Melissa Kowalewski, excuse me.
Melissa Kovaleski, 17511 Fisherville Woods Drive, Fisherville, Kentucky, 40023. Kowalewski. I do. I am the owner and operator of Shag Salon and Spa at 10624 Watterson Trail, Jeffersontown, Kentucky, 40299. My business property is directly across the street from the Bluebird Lane and proposed apartment complex. Let me start off by saying our business is thriving with 0 foot traffic, I might add. We just celebrated our 9th year in May. I have concerns about the proposed Bluebird luxury apartment complex being a detriment to that success. Some things have already been addressed, but I'm going to read it as I wrote my pages. Traffic. Will the road project to widen Watterson Trail be completed before construction on the complex would start? My business operates on scheduled appointments. If clients cannot arrive at appointment time due to traffic congestion issues, we either have to reschedule their appointment or we run late the rest of the day. Enough times of that happening, and eventually customers will find another salon. Either way, my stylists lose money and my business takes a hit. Number 2, how will the water runoff be handled? We are downhill from proposed property, and we do have a sinkhole at the far back of our property. I worry about runoff from the apartments of the large concrete parking lot coming downhill straight into my parking lot. And now I saw on Steve's presentation that there is already a water issue on Bluebird. I was told that MSD was going to rework their system in order to accommodate 161 families' water and septic usage. Would that work be completed before construction starts? The water sewage pipes leading into my salon are old cast iron and clay pipes. We already having backup issues. I fear that with the new construction of a new road and new apartment complex and an MSD project, my salon will most certainly have days with interrupted water and sewage service. My salon will take a hit. We cannot operate without water. Can you assure me that this complex with 161 families will not make a bigger water sewage backup problem for my business? Will this project affect the existing underground infrastructure? Of all the tenants of these apartments, if all the tenants of these apartments are not upstanding citizens, how will you ensure my property, employees, and clients, which I believe have been a huge asset to J-Town, will remain safe and not vandalized? In closing, I will say I'm not opposed to housing on this property. I do think that 20 or so single-family townhomes are a much better option. If business success is a goal for J-Town, you may want to take into consideration the thoughts and opinions of business owners that have invested in J-Town and have businesses that are proving to be thriving and successful currently. With 12 employees, my business currently brings in 50 to 100 paying customers a day into J-Town. And we could use other family businesses that claim to need more foot traffic could offer my clients incentives to eat and shop at their businesses.
Carla Frank.
Carla, middle initial I, Frank, 8913 Lethborough Drive, Jeffersontown, 40299. I do. Madam Mayor, City Council members, residents, and guests. I initially had a concern about this project. So I drove by there and I've had to rearrange my thoughts because of time constraints. So my primary concern is safety. I have driven down Bluebird. I have driven down, I think it's Good Samaritan, and there's another street. My concern is with a project this large, although small in comparison to some, is traffic. Those streets going back are narrow. If you go down, and I'm sorry, I don't know which street does what, but there is a residential, it looks like maybe a senior or handicapped condoned residential area. It's a fairly small building. Behind that, or down the street a little bit farther, is a nursing home, it appears, skilled care facility. And over to the side, there is looks like a rehab. I can't go into the buildings to find out precisely what kind of residents they're there or the conditions. But my concern is those streets are very narrow. If you go across the street and you look at the fire trucks and you multiply that for a potential 3-alarm fire, are they going to be able to get down their street when you have added traffic? And I did hear from the presentation that the entrance is on more the Bluebird side, but you still have to consider. And if you have to evacuate those facilities, they don't have the staff alone to do it for a large size need to evacuate. We've got to have our emergency personnel, the fire trucks, the police officers, and the EMS to do that. So I have a concern about that. If you go back and you drive, it's very narrow, and driving up to the front of the building is a very small turnaround. It's not like a cul-de-sac. It's a very small entrance area. And so my concern is safety of the residents there. I respect and I appreciate the presentation that was given because it did give me a different perspective of what was being looked at. And to some extent, it did answer the other question I had. I'm sorry.
30 seconds.
Okay, is I would rather see a adult park because you can look over and you can see the senior citizens. They can't get to it. It's so close, but far away. Thank you.
Stephanie Carter.
I am Stephanie Carter. It's Stephani. And it's at 8913 Reinhardt, and I can spell that for you. It's REINHART Way in Jeffersontown, 40220. Yes, I can. Yes, I do. Hello, my name is Stephanie Carter, and I have been a resident of J-Town for over 30 years. We moved here when I was in high school. I had a whole speech, but as I've listened to everybody and learned more things and just heard some concerns, I have changed a few things. I am still not in favor of the proposal as it stands. I do want to make it very clear, I am not opposed to development, even on this property. I'm not opposed to apartments. I was an apartment liver. I am opposed to the scale of the apartments being proposed and the idea of luxury. Jeffersontown already, the median income in J-Town is between $1,200 and $1,300. Most residents who rent in J-Town pay over 30% of their income, some 70% of their income just in rent alone. When you're looking, and that includes luxury apartment dwellers, these are not going to be affordable for working families, for working people. Even with a good neighbor discount, I would not be able to afford to live here. And I work full-time, I'm college educated. I would not be able to afford your apartments, even with a discount. These are the problems that I have. J-Town is a family community. We need affordable housing. We need community-oriented things. There are so many things we could do with this property. We could expand and build a new library. We could put a spray ground in. We could expand the farmer's market. We could even put in a little shopping center or even family homes, 20 units, 30 units, single
family townhomes, patio homes. No, I probably wouldn't be able to afford those either. But then you're actually building that community that you say that you want to build. I keep hearing that this is about building community in J-Town and doing what is right for J-Town and what is best for J-Town. The studies do not specifically say that you have to build a high density apartments. They also suggest that you could build mid-level, which means patio homes, townhomes. There are other options that you could do. I've learned so much throughout this process. I have been mad, I have been sad, all these emotions. J-Town is my community, and I think that really we all actually do care about this community, whether you're for or against it. What I've learned through all of this
30 seconds.
is that there needs to be some change. As residents, taxpayers, and voters of J-Town, we need to work together to improve our community, and hopefully that is the good that can come from this discussion, whether or not you agree with me or not. I had other things, but oh my gosh, there's so many things. So much that I would like to say. Also, I would have really appreciated knowing more about public meetings. They were not on social media, and it would have been nice to know about that so we could participate more. I would love to have had conversations, more conversations. So that's it. That's my time. Thank you.
Now, this one's not on me. It's the pen must have slipped or something. There's no first name, but it says Myers, who lives on Old Taylorsville Road. You can see what you.
It's Joe.
Joe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Joe Myers, 10602 Old Taylorsville Road. J-Town. Yes, I do. Okay. For starters, the math, I'm kind of thinking here and the math don't work out. Got 161 apartments, 261 car spots. What if every one of those apartments is full and every resident has 2 cars? That's 61 cars. Where are you going to put them? And for you guys here that are trying to cram this down our throat, one of you, do any of you live in J-Town? Do you, any of you live in the historic area? Do you want to drive up your street and see that ugly building at the end of your street? I have no objection to building something there, but this is a historic district. What about putting brownstones? 2-story brownstones that look like they've been there 100 years. That would be no objection. That would be welcomed. You all are wanting to cram this down our throat. You're saying there's going to be no water runoff, no water runoff. You're taking away the ground. You're putting concrete. You're putting gravel. You're putting buildings. The water's got to go somewhere. It's got to go somewhere. All this road. And have you all ever, especially you men that are over the road thing, have you driven Taylorsville Road at rush hour? Have you driven Taylorsville Road and gotten behind somebody trying to turn left on Grand Avenue and sat there for 30 minutes? Have you driven up Watterson Trail at rush hour traffic? I live on Old Taylorsville Road. They shut gas light off at my street. All these cars are going to go somewhere. You're going to have police officers down my street making sure. We've already got the people from the amphitheater, which is fine. I love the amphitheater, although it's far away. But are you all going to provide us with more crime or more police officers to cover the crime? What about the lights that this apartment complex is going to be? Is it going to lighten up the whole area? There's too much that you all are not just cramming down our throat. You're not taking into consideration that this is a historic area. This isn't Norton Commons. We don't want to be Norton Commons. We have people here that have lived here for over 50 years who are going to sell if you buy this. I have lived here for 28 years. Up until 3 years ago, my husband passed away. Before then, we never locked our door. I am buying guns if that goes in, and I say guns.
I may sit down for these next few because my knee's starting to give out. Is it Paul or Paula Evans? Oh, Paulette? Paula, sorry.
Good afternoon. Paula Paget Evans.
I live at 9506 Gutenberg Road, 40299. Yes. I'm not going to give the speech that I gave downtown because I literally was talking about traffic, and everybody over here seems to be tired of traffic. So what I will say though is that from April 20th until May 28th, I travel up and down Waterston Trail to get to my place of employment. And the reason I travel that way is because Hurstburn Lane is so backed up. It's terrible. So I cut through at Moser Road and Plainview and go out that way. What I found is in those times, 12 different times that I actually took a reading of the traffic as I was driving, it's literally 3.1 miles from my house off of Urbana, all the way to Moser Road. And it averaged between 23 and 32 minutes. And that's from 4 to 5 o'clock or from 7:30 to 9 a.m. That's kind of crazy. I mean, when I was younger, I could have run that 3.1 miles in that time. I can't do that anymore. But so I'm not going to talk anymore about that. What I really wanted to say were a couple of things. You know, I've heard a lot of people talk about thoughts about the use for that property and what it could be used for. And I will tell you, I've lived in J-Town for 37 years. My husband and I, we pass that property all the time. And I know that there's a senior center there, and there's also the senior citizens home. And I've always said to my husband, wouldn't it be great if we had something kind of like the Olmsted there, you know, for the people who don't really need necessarily to have all of the amenities, but then they could move into the senior living home. I've always thought that. And, you know, I thought that would be good for our community. And as I've read people talk about on J-Town happenings, you know, wanting to sell their homes to move into apartments, that kind of makes sense to me. So, you know, as I talked about the Bluebird apartments, I understand now why a lot of the senior citizens want to be able to do that. But shouldn't they be able to do that in some place where they don't have to climb 4 stories? Or I mean, I know there's an elevator, but someplace that's a little bit more closed off for their community, for them. The other thing I wanted to talk about
30 seconds.
Community over division. I heard that from Chris, I think, and it was a good comment. There have been a lot of really not nice comments that have been made on the J-Town Happening site. And I make a point of when I make my comments, you all know who I am. I'm Paula Evans, or Paula Paget Evans, if you know me. I don't appreciate the not nice comments coming from people who don't identify themselves. And I truly think that that has to change.
Time.
That's it.
Jared Blanford.
Good evening. My name is Jared Blanford. I live on 2914 Valley Drive. That's in Jeffersontown, Kentucky, 40299. So help me God, I do. Good evening, Mayor Pike, members of the council. My name is Jared Blanford. I have lived on Valley Drive for the past 16 years, and I stand in firm opposition to this project as it is currently proposed. Like many of my neighbors, I chose Valley Drive as my home because it is a quiet residential street. My concern tonight is not simply about traffic. It's about preserving the character of the neighborhood that families have invested in for decades. I am not opposed to growth. Jeffersontown should and will continue to grow, but growth should be planned in a way that respects neighborhoods that already exist. The question before you is not whether a multifamily residential development should ever be built on this site. Rather, the question is whether this specific project ought to be built at this specific time. The developer's attorney focused your attention on one of 6 legal zoning findings. Totally understandable. But the other legal considerations listed on his slide include drainage, historical sites, pedestrian safety, and neighborhood character. Those aren't distractions that he did not bring up, right? Those are distractions from your decisions. They are your decisions. My concern is that the traffic study answers only one question. Can the roads handle the additional traffic? That is certainly an important question, but it is only one of the questions you were elected to answer. Your responsibility is to decide whether this is the right development in the right location at the right time and at the right scale for this neighborhood. The traffic study assumes transportation investments that do not yet exist. That raises a practical question. Will those improvements be finished before this development is occupied? And what happens if they don't, or if they aren't built, if they are delayed? If this apartment complex is occupied before those improvements are finished, then the assumptions that underlie the traffic study become much less certain than what you have been led to believe. State Senator Hodgson submitted a sworn affidavit made under the penalty of perjury addressing the planned transportation improvements on which the traffic study relies. If the senator's sworn statement is correct, let's be very clear. You are being asked to approve today a development that relies heavily on infrastructure that is unlikely to exist for years. I simply ask, have these possibilities been fully considered? Much of this conversation has been centered on traffic, but you are not simply deciding whether traffic can move through an intersection. You are deciding what the future residents of J-Town can and will expect from you. Therefore, I respectfully ask you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you, and please remember, we all know our town's growth is inevitable, but overdevelopment is a choice. Thank you.
Richard Dunn.
Richard Dunn, 3600 Canterbury Drive in corporate city of Jeffersontown. And I'm here to speak in opposition of this project. I will.
He's always say that the testimony about the getting you the truth, but nothing but truth.
I do. Somebody handed me this when I came in. It's 602 people opposed to this thing. And I don't know whether I look like a person of authority or what, why he handed it to me, but I'm not the head of the opposition. But it's not really a debate on whether or not this project can be built. It's whether or not it should be built. The traffic, I worked down on Grand Avenue for over 20 years, and I had to wait for somebody to let me out on Watterson Trail during rush hour. Now that's ridiculous. And now they say, well, I guess it's probably the city of Louisville wants them to make a turning lane, and Jeffersontown probably doesn't have anything to do with it, but that's ridiculous also. And Vince brought up a real good point. You've got to catch a retention pond down there. And you know what? MSD says 100-year storm. We've had 200-year storms in the last 2 weeks. Now, what in the world are we talking about here? My grandson just moved on Grand Avenue. The traffic down there is atrocious. And that's because the people can't get to Watterson Trail and get through to J-Town. The other morning, I was going to Cracker Barrel, and I surely don't need it, but it took me 3 lights at Watterson Trail and Taylorsville Road to get through during rush hour when people from the industrial park are coming through there. So it's up to you. You know, in 1979, 6 councilmen said, hey, this is what this should be zoned. But they had no vision of the future. You're here now and you have a vision of future and you see what we've got. So follow your conscience and do what is right for J-Town.
Dickie, you said somebody handed you this? Yeah. Do you have any idea who it was? He said, okay.
I didn't even know.
Okay. Barry Albert.
I'm Barry Albert, 4109 Chenoweth Run Road, 40299.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right. I'm here in opposition to this area is being proposed. I was a volunteer fireman here in Jeffersontown for over 20 years, and my family business has been here. But my main opposition is traffic, followed by the size and scope of the project. Traffic at rush hour is already less than optimistic. In many cases, rush hour or school letting out unless someone lets you out on the Waterston Trail. At the intersection of Bluebird and Waterston Trail, you can sit several minutes. They've offered to make a turning lane coming down Waterston Trail, but that's going to make an extremely dangerous situation for people wanting to come out of Bluebird Lane, because you're going to have cars sitting there at the position to turn left onto Bluebird like that, and cars zooming down the other side of it like that. So unless they're going to do something else on Bluebird's Waterston Trail and widen it or make turning lanes there, it's going to make a death trap for somebody. At the meeting in which Metro considered the approval of this, and they recommended it 10-1, it was mentioned that Waterston Trail was going to be widened. And now that's turned out that that's not going to happen. My main thing is Waterston Trail, unless it's widened, it can't handle this type of project, the size of it and the number and that kind of stuff like that. And if you approve the Bluebird Apartments without widening Waterston Trail, you're going to force more people onto Grand Avenue to bypass Waterston Trail, which is going to be a danger to the residents there, with the drivers trying to bypass the congestion on Waterston Trail. And about the clogged roadways for the fire emergency vehicles, when the roadway's blocked like that, it can cause delays in response times, which could be catastrophic. My point is if something is going to be built there of nearly this scope, Waterston Trail is going to have to be dealt with. And if it isn't, then it's going to amount to, we're going to have a situation like Bardstown Road in Fern Creek or Shelbyville Road in Middletown or Eastwood. People avoid it because you can't, it's a parking lot. You can't get anywhere around there.
30 seconds.
And then additionally, the 4 stories of the apartments being proposed is out of character for the downtown area. That's all I have.
Stella and Eugene Presnell. Gonna be Eugene? Okay. But I did call your name, Stella. Okay.
Eugene Presnell, 10800 Brookside Drive, 40299. Presnell.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. My name is Eugene Presnell. I've lived in Jeffersontown for 36 years now. One of my biggest concerns is one of the zoning requirements said specific threat to safety, health, and welfare. The specific threat would be the added traffic and crowding to the senior citizens at Good Samaritan Senior Home. They're out there walking when the weather's good, and walkers and wheelchairs. And I don't see how it's going to be safe for them. Not to mention the added traffic and the added strain on the infrastructure, the schools and other amenities. I just think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Lori Curley. Lori Curley.
Lori Curley, 10803 Bruner's Way, Louisville, Kentucky, 40299.
Solemnly swear or
I do. Good evening, everyone. I am in opposition of this. I've lived in J-Town 25 years now, and I'm directly sort of behind Shag Salon. And if I leave for work 10 minutes later than I normally do, I don't make it to work on time. And I work right on Blake and Baker. So I am not opposed to this project at all, but I'm like everyone else. I think the scope of it, I don't like the aesthetics of the building they're proposing. It does not fit in J-Town. And even the amphitheater, when they had the concerts there a couple of weeks ago, I saw people walking down Watterson Trail and Old Taylorsville Road, but yet they haven't even put up a traffic light at the end of Old Taylorsville Road yet, and they had the police directing traffic. I mean, that's crazy. So I'm all for this if they get the infrastructure right. So maybe in 5 years, 10 years, but when I hear that they're not even gonna widen Watterson Trail for 9 years and they want to build this apartment complex, I think it's ludicrous. I just can't even imagine. It's like anytime they see green space, let's build something. Well, what's wrong with green space? Yeah, I don't get it. But that's about all I have to say. And just, if you live in J-Town, it's like someone else said, if I wanted to live in the Norton Commons, I would have moved there. If I wanted to live in like the Highlands, I would have moved there. I seriously moved to J-Town because it reminded me of the home I grew up in Midland, Michigan. It was a neighborhood. They did expand the neighborhood. It was 2 streets when I was born, and it's like 7 streets now. That's fine because it just increased the size of the neighborhood. It didn't build something next to the neighborhood that was an eyesore and that didn't go with the neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. Just take it into consideration, and thank you.
Janet Jordan.
Hi, my name's Janet Jordan, 8903 Wooded Glen Road, 40220. I do. I'm just very concerned about the traffic. Number one, I have a hard time taking the dog to the Red Dog Salon right in the center of J-Town. I have to cut through Peach to go over there because if I go down Watterson Trail right there, I can't make a left into where they're at. So I go around Peach and around to the light to Bluebird or over near across from the fire department and then make a right and take the dog. I mean, it's just silly. I go at like 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning. This is after rush hour when people are at work, and the traffic's ridiculous. I live in Gaslight Estates. It takes me 10 to 15 minutes to make a right-hand turn between Court Rental and Stony Brook Theater, to make a right turn, to go down to the corner of Hurstbourne Lane and Taylorsville Road. This is ridiculous. So I'm talking about the infrastructure, just as the other people have said, needs to be corrected before we do all these major changes because you're just going to aggravate people more. I have a major concern, and I apologize, but I am free to speak what I think. I don't like when I learn things a week or two before. I have not heard anything about this from J-Town, and I've lived here 40 years. And then all of a sudden I'm hearing that this thing's going up in Bluebird. It's not their fault. They're doing everything the way they're supposed to. They're following the law. They're following the rules, and you spring it on us. That's why you've got people pissed off. You've got people pissed off because they're not informed. So why don't you put this on hold? Have these people, invite them to Gaslight Festival, set up a booth, let people speak to them, let people vote on this, and let people have their rights that live in J-Town. That's all I've got to say. I have a right. I live here, I pay taxes, and I expect to be heard. And I expect it not to go in one ear and come out the other. I want some things to be told, not hiding stuff from people. I didn't know anything about this
I would
medical
like to
center
address you on
either.
that. I would like to address you on that.
Okay.
The sitting council cannot give you an opinion or talk about the situation until it comes here. They are not allowed to speak to you or go out with that. So in defense of that, our city attorney can address it better than I, but that is why that we have not said anything because we're not allowed to.
Well, how are we hearing about things hearsay? That's what gets
Evidently,
people
Facebook.
upset. That's what people get upset about is when they're not in.
If I could just answer that one
Sure.
question. The city council is sitting as an adjudicatory body. They're
Mhm.
making a judgment on due process with respect to a developer and to the residents of this city. It was transmitted out here, I guess, a month or so ago from downtown. It has to go through the planning commission. That's when it came out here. It's been posted for this public hearing tonight for I think 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks that it's been posted. And it was also published. And again, these people can't address these issues because they're going to have to rule on them.
Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Amanda Hightower.
Man, I'm so glad you're here. You always criticize me. I just wanted to see who you were.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Amanda Hightower. I'm the mouth of Jeffersontown, apparently. So I had a speech prepared like everyone else. However, sorry. Hi, Amanda Hightower, 10509 Park Avenue, Jeffersontown, Kentucky, 40299. Yes, I do. So as I was saying, I had a speech prepared, but I'm not going to bend your all's ear and beating dead horses. Okay. So in closing, this has been difficult for all of us. Okay. A lot of us have been extremely invested in this in one way or another. However, I feel like our emotional investment and our family investment in this community outweighs the financial investment far more than the others. So with that being said, yes, there's traffic concerns, there's infrastructure concerns. My most heavily concerned is the misrepresentation that's been presented from this group of guests sitting over here. So what I really want to talk about is responsibility and transparency. And I feel like you all have done the very best job that you could without being able to say very much to anything at all. And for that, I thank you all and I appreciate everything that you all have had to endure along with the rest of us trying to defend the future of our city. So speaking of the future of our city, I have a 4-year-old daughter. This is her father standing right here behind me. We are very invested in my home on Park Avenue, in which I have lived in and owned for almost 19 years. And I've lived here in Jeffersontown my whole life, which I will humbly confess to all of you, which is about 41 years. So as a Jeffersontown high school graduate, my mother was Miss J-Town and Miss Louisville. I also feel like I have a legacy to defend here as well, not only for my child, but also for Rachel's children. That's the future of J-Town, not some monstrosity building. The children are the future, and I hear a lot about the elderly community. If the elderly community needs a place to go, I have a great idea for that. I think Ms. Paula said something about the Olmsted. How about some transitional senior living? In my experience as an activities assistant, as a nursing home, there's a great desire for a patio type or a townhome type of place where if you do need help with medication or bandage supply, the nurse can come visit you there. If you happen to have a fall or something bad does happen, you roll right over to assisted living. If you need memory care, that's the other transition at the end of the road. So there are some available and positive options that I think would be great for that development, but I think it's important on who we work with because like Randy said, this is going to be a marriage. We're going to be stuck with these people for a long time. So I hope it's with someone that we like, that we can respect, that respects us and those of us who have lived in,
30
invested,
seconds.
thank you, and taken care of Jefferson Town for the last several decades. So once again, in closing, I appreciate everyone's time. I know this has been hard for everybody. I appreciate you all taking on what you all have had to do, and I do trust you guys. I trust you all a lot, and I look forward to you all continue to serving as mayor and city council. Say no to Bluebird. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda.
Vicky Saback. It's spelled S-A-B-I-C, I think. Vicky Saback.
She left.
One more. Christy Pyle. Finally.
It's okay, I'm patient. Christy Pyle, 2909 Pelham Court, 40299. I swear, I do. I am asking the council to postpone approval of the proposed Bluebird development until a comprehensive environmental assessment has been completed. I am in horticulture and I am a certified master gardener with Jefferson County. I live on Pelham. I can walk through my street into the Senior Citizen Center. I know what lives in those trees. This is not about opposing growth. It has really nothing to do about the proposed site at all. It's about making informed decisions based on science and evidence before making a permanent change to our community. The proposed development area adjacent where the Senior Citizen Center is, those mature tree lines, I know hold bats and owls. I cannot tell you what species. I have not gotten close enough to tell. Which is why I believe it deserves a closer look before any decisions are finalized. These animals are not just part of our local landscape. They provide important ecological benefits. Bats help control insect populations by consuming thousands of insects each night. Owls help maintain balance by controlling rodent populations. Their presence is an indicator of a healthy ecosystem. Although the mature trees are immediately adjacent to the proposed development and separated only by a driveway, they remain part of the surrounding ecosystem. Wildlife does not recognize property lines. Bats routine travel hundreds to thousands of feet each night between roosting and feeding areas, and owls hunt across miles worth of land. The fact that these trees are adjacent to the project is exactly why a professional environmental assessment should be conducted before any decisions are made. Development can affect wildlife through habitat loss, increased lighting, noise, traffic, and fragmentation of remaining green space. Even when some vegetation remains, changes to the surrounding environment can impact the species that depend on the area for survival. Kentucky is home to several federally protected bat species, including the Indiana bat and the Kentucky gray bat. In addition, all native owls are protected under the Bird Treaty Act. I am not here to claim that protected bats or nesting owls are present on this property. I am asking that the city determine whether they are before approving
30
development.
seconds.
If protected species, active nesting areas, or sensitive habitat are present, that information should be a part of the council's decision-making process, not something discovered after construction begins. An environmental assessment benefits everyone. If it will determine that the project can have minimum environmental impact, and then the council and the public can move forward knowing the decision was based on evidence. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who signed up in opposition who has not been called? Excuse me, just 1 minute. Mayor, with the council's approval, could we wait or recess for 5 or 10 minutes so Mr. Ashburner and Steve can gather their wits and get up and talk again.
So we're having a 10-minute break.
10-minute break. Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion, we recess until 8:20.
Second.
All in favor?
Favor?
Aye. Any opposed? No.
So go to get up and move.
Yeah, I probably ought to stand up. At least we're in bed.
Yeah. These are the most comfortable. They're better than those. Hey, man, make sure
I don't believe anything up there.
well, I know. No, I'm good, thank you.
I know, I'm coming to get my.
I love this.
Hey, guys, inquiry minds, are you all open tonight? That's the big discussion. It's a little. Do you all go tonight or?
Yeah.
So that it's. Yes.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, this one extends to 3 feet.
How late now?
There you go.
And it's got lights.
Hey, y'all gonna hold that?
You want some?
I did. Someone came to the senior center today, and he said he had been over there talking to you. He used to live in J-Town, Kimberlin was his last name. And he knew all the Rough Wrinkles, all these people. Well, anyway. I saw him. Let's come back and talk to you. But you got up here. About every building.
Well, not necessarily, you know, when I get put on the spot, well, I had that with all these dates and stuff, but you know, most of it, I usually remember until somebody asks me, it's like,
I think it's good.
yeah, it's amazing how much history there really is, because, you know, I had to work down about so many things and I wanted to say stuff, but I couldn't.
Well, I thought it was I wish I could just like take a recorder and just record everything you know about Jason.
If I didn't have to talk, I could just mentally do it for you.
It's great. Oh, well. I'll show you to read it.
No, I gotta go see.
TV's been Be quiet. I'm trying, I need to say. You love what you do. And you know.
There's so much more.
I miss Dad. I get to hear that chat. I got up there. Your sisters used to live there. Oh, yeah, funny. And my dad said, you knew all about what other had over here. I miss that. You know, that's what my grandfather. I never knew you had the rest of the I guess that's why.
Researching, I wouldn't even get up there. Well, a lot of, somebody else is buying it. Dad would know. But some Skittles. I love your dress.
We got nobody here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7:20 there, Mark?
Yes,
You look tired. Oh.
still technically 8:20.
8:20.
Still technically 8:20. It hasn't gone to 8:21 yet.
Oh.
I don't know if there's one back there.
Mr. Fisher.
Oh, Mr. Fisher.
Do you want this added as? Do you want this attached as an exhibit? No, just.
She's probably doing fine. She's been doing fine. She heard her. She pulled it. She's coughing. She was using. Fans. Of course, working with kids. So she was, not this last week, but the weekend before, we didn't. The only thing we did was usually the cards too. The only time she left the house, I took the big bag.
I make a motion, we reconvene.
Second.
Council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Meeting reconvened.
That's the way to take charge, Mark. Mr. Fisher.
Just say mayor's here. We got
Yep, now we
mayor.
just need.
We got clerk treasurer. We already reconvened. We've already reconvened, yeah.
I think most of the stuff's gonna move on this table until tomorrow.
We did it. 6 o'clock mass starts at 6 o'clock. Very important person always used to say that. Danny always used to say it, yeah.
Mr. Fisher, we are reconvened.
Reconvened on the dot.
Mom? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're a couple minutes late, but we're back. At this point, Cliff will be doing a closing, I guess we could call it. And unless he says something really outrageous, Steve probably won't even do one. And then we'll be able to conclude this. So I think if you want to go ahead and. If you hear anything,
Thank you all again very much. Thank everybody who's still here. I know lots of folks left, and I can understand this is an issue that seems divisive, but I don't think it really is, and I'll tell you why. So before I get to that, let me clarify a couple of things. There were a couple of requests made earlier. Steve sent me some binding elements earlier. I just want to address those, and then I'll get into the proper closing. First, somebody expressed a concern about pedestrian safety, pedestrian sidewalks. Bluebird currently has a 3-foot sidewalk, and Waterson Trail has the sidewalk it has. All of the sidewalks around the property are going to be improved. So along the frontage of the property, those are going to be improved to 5-foot walks. So that's something that is a net positive when it comes to pedestrian safety. With regard to traffic, I know there have been a lot of comments, a lot of anecdotes about traffic. I have many of my own around the community. And that's why we use traffic engineers. That's why we count the cars on the road. I know if I'm running late, everybody else is driving too slow. And that's just the way you feel when you're in your car. I also know that Adam Kirk, who performed a review of our traffic impact study, agreed with the traffic counts on the road, so the number of cars on the road, agreed with the rate of generation, meaning the number of trips that would come out of each unit. The only area where there was some disagreement was the distribution of traffic. And so you might say that our traffic engineer was more aggressive. I don't know if that's even the correct word, but when it comes to traffic improvements, Mr. Kirk's study was more conservative and said, he thinks you need an improvement on Waterson Trail. That improvement was for many years part of a plan that had been published, and different pieces and parts of it had been funded. We understand that it's not funded. And so our client, as I said, with about 48 hours notice, has agreed to install the turn lane in Waterson Trail to mitigate for the impact of the proposed development. So I think that's a key thing. In addition, Mr. Franconia asked about widening Bluebird to 24 feet. There's plenty of right-of-way there. As I said, the 2021 plan on this site ultimately dedicated right-of-way and then never got built. So our client is willing to agree to improve Bluebird along its frontage to 24 feet of pavement. So those are some things that I think address some of the concerns that were raised. When it comes to detention, there was one comment from a property owner across the street saying, what's going to happen to my sewer? What's going to happen to the water? The water actually doesn't run toward that property. It runs away from that property. It does run downhill, but it doesn't cross Waterson Trail. So should not be a concern for that property owner. And in addition, this proposal has been asked and is providing more detention, meaning slowing down the water that is leaving it. You heard that from Mr. Triplett earlier. So there are lots of ways in which the proposal is exceeding or addressing community concerns that have been brought to the developer's attention. There were a couple of other things that I just wanted to touch on real quickly. With regard, I think it was Ms. Curley was concerned about notice. Per the code, there's no requirement for neighborhood meetings or anything like that. There is a requirement that mail notice go out about hearings before the Planning Commission. And obviously the hearing here tonight was noticed with signage and publication. But our client, right before Derby, launched its Facebook page and attempted to reach, really as many people as it could in the community and provide information and a forum to go back and forth. There was a concern expressed about Good Samaritan. Good Samaritan has submitted a letter of support. So that's kind of taken care of there. There was a concern raised about fire responses. The fire marshal has looked at this plan, and we've actually, I believe Derek sat with or visited them. It was an email. Okay, sorry. Emailed the plan back and forth and got approval from the fire marshal on the plan. Lighting was another topic that was mentioned. That's both in the binding elements, and I think a little bit redundantly in the binding elements. It's already governed by the Land Development Code. There are very prescriptive requirements in terms of the type of lighting fixtures, the amount of light that can leave the property. And so that's all really taken care of by the code. You heard I don't know, 100 comments on traffic, maybe 50, maybe 200. I don't know. A lot of comments on traffic. The traffic impact study didn't just study Waterston Trail and Bluebird. They looked at Waterston Trail and Bluebird, Grand and Bluebird, Grand and Taylorsville, Waterston and Taylorsville, Waterston and Ruck Creek. Those were all areas that were circled on the map. Mr. Kirk looked at those as well. The improvements that were called for really were down to one, which is the turn lane on Waterston Trail onto Bluebird, in order to prevent what was measured in the study as a 10-second delay. So that's what the requirement really was. Now, I think you have two frames that have been used this evening, and one of which I don't agree with, and I want to just talk with you about that for a moment. There are a lot of folks who think that Bluebird is change and an empty field is the status quo. That's not really the case. Just like an empty lot in your neighborhood is eventually going to have a house built on it, this property has been zoned for almost 50 years for multifamily. And Jeffersontown has known about this. Jeffersontown has engaged many times in affirmative rezonings on Blankenbaker Road. Obviously, the whole composition of the CTC zoning district and the application of that zoning district to the town center. So knowing that property has been there for 50 years and zoned for multifamily the entire time, if this was something that really didn't work, there were almost 50 years of opportunity to change that. And none of those opportunities were taken. So what our client is trying to do is not change. What our client is trying to do is exercise the rights that are the status quo. The zoning that's in place allows for this development. Community concerns have been raised and brought to our client, and almost entirely our client has said, turn lane, evaluate it quickly, yes, we'll do it. Sidewalks, yes. Bluebird lane, yes. Over detention, yes. So the buildings are too tall. We'll make the building shorter. It's too dense. We'll remove units. I don't think this is change versus the status quo. I think Bluebird is the expression of the status quo as it is written. Now, you've heard from a lot of folks who say that, the law is the law, but the community is different and the community is the community. KRS 100 are the enabling statute that allows cities to have zoning, allows cities to adopt kind of the system that some of the folks you heard from would, I think, support, which is make every single thing a conditional use permit. Everything gets voted on. Every house, every office building, every gas station, every grocery store. Every single development gets voted on. It goes through a public hearing process, and the public gets to influence that decision. Again, since the 60s, when KRS 100 was reformed, J-Town has chosen the other path, which is we're going to plan our community. We're going to adopt zoning regulations that implement the goals of that plan. And then we're going to enforce those regulations. so that businesses know if they identify a piece of property, they know what the zoning is. They know what they can do on the property. And they've made significant investments in this city, in this community. And here you have somebody who has looked at the 50-year history of the site, looked at the variety of developments that have been proposed on it, designed a development that meets the requirements of the land development code with the one exception of the waiver internal to a zoning line, and been responsive to community concerns about infrastructure. You know, you can go one of two ways. I think siding with the law you have on the books is the wise course here. So I would ask that you support and actually approve the proposal. Now, when it comes to the binding elements that might be associated with that, Steve sent me a draft this afternoon. There are two areas where I think we have disagreement, actually maybe three areas where we have disagreement. One is no blasting. The Land Development Code does not and cannot, because the state has completely occupied the field of blasting regulations, regulate blasting. Our client has engaged with a blasting contractor after being made aware and being aware of sensitive structures that are near the property. There is a way to safely blast. And we are more than happy to follow that person's lead and our geotech's lead in order to make sure that no damage is done to anything offsite. The second area is the demand that the turn lane be installed prior to any construction, any permits on the property. We would ask that the turn lane be installed and certificates of occupancy for the buildings be conditioned on the turn lane being completed. The turn lane is there to mitigate for a fully developed site. And so we think the timing of that makes sense. It will also allow the construction to kind of happen simultaneously instead of having one piece and then another. And the last was, hang on one second, iPad here. That the construction entrance not be located on Bluebird Lane. We don't have a problem with that. There's a private access that it comes off of Bluebird Lane, but construction traffic will have to use Bluebird to get to that entrance. The only real alternative is Waterson Trail, and we frankly think that that is going to provide more of a disturbance than having the vehicles get off of Waterson Trail and then get onto the site at that access point. So we're happy to work on language for those binding elements, but I think you understand where we're coming from. Thank you all very much.
Cliff?
Yes.
Question. Has MSD done a downstream feasibility study yet on the drainage?
Downstream feasibility study. They've done, I'm not sure. Are you talking about storm or sanitary?
Storm.
Storm, I mean, MSD has looked at the plans. They asked us to, as I said, detain to that 150%. We've been in conversation. I think we've had multiple conversations with Jimmy about challenges that he has between the site and the creek and the best way to resolve those. But I don't think there's been a capacity issue as much as there's been a routing issue.
On downstream?
Yeah. Yes.
Cliff, can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Did you say 5-foot sidewalks?
I believe is it 5 feet? Let me make sure.
The plan that I have does not show. It shows an existing 4-foot sidewalk with a note saying that it would be replaced or repaired per public works standards, but that's not necessarily the land development code.
What's the standard?
If it's new, it would have to be 5 feet.
Okay. 5 feet's okay. Yeah.
I mean, we can get a new plan with the 5 feet shown on it. It does. There shows on Bluebird an existing 4-foot sidewalk. And then there's a note that just states would be repaired or replaced, but it doesn't state at what width.
Yeah. Thank you all very much.
You don't have anything else? Nothing? I hate to do this because every time I do it, we start getting off track. Is there anybody who didn't speak tonight, for whatever reason you might have, who has a question or an observation to make that does not reflect on anything that's been said? Now, I think, in my opinion, everything that's been, we said plenty. But if you have something that does not relate to anything that's been addressed and you want to ask a question, and of course, this is for the city council also. If you all have any questions of anybody, we can do that right now too. Anyone else on the council have any questions?
Make a vote.
Wait a minute. You got to come up here and give your name and address again.
Joe Myers, 10602 on Taylorsville Road. I've already.
You're still under oath.
Yeah. When you all make a vote, will we get to see who votes for and who votes against?
It will be a roll call vote.
Or will we be able to see?
Yeah.
So we will be able to know. So that therefore, if you all aren't listening to your constituents, we can take that in consideration.
It will be in the minutes of the meeting.
Yes, ma'am. State your name again.
Carla, middle initial I, Frank, 8913 West Road Drive, 40299.
You're still under oath.
I just had a question in the blasting. How long and to what degree I'm thinking about the effects of the blasting on the senior citizens.
We've been discussing that ad infinitum prior to this time, and we're still not resolved on that issue. Mr. Ashburner and I have different opinions on that. I do agree that the state takes the entire scope of blasting, except I'm concerned about the where. But in any event, that's between us. We'll get that.
And I couldn't go in to find out, but veterans and post-traumatic stress.
Yes, ma'am. No, just state your name.
Stephanie Porter, 8913 Rockland Lane, I briefly asked this, but I would just like it. I didn't quite get a hold of it. You tell me who, I believe this property is in the process of being sold from one developer to another. Can you state the name of the company that will be doing the development, that will be owning the property? Given I think there's a different say for it and just. Currently, it's listed as actively LLC.
Here you go.
So the current owner is a firm called Happy King LLC. I know nothing about it. Arrows Development. Arrows Investment is the developer here, but you can call him Aaron. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
This is, yes, ma'am.
I wonder, does anyone know when hospital is? That's why.
I know that you're talking about too close to the other one. Yes, we've been in meetings with them. Norton's, you're talking about Norton's Hospital. They've been on a hearing tour throughout this entire region. And I think Mayor didn't, the CEO say it's going to be about another 5 months before they get to a design period. So pardon? Well, let's hope so. We've annexed it. We've rezoned the place. We'll be going through the same thing with development plans with respect to that at a future date. Okay. Yes.
So, the developer's attorney provided a memo. The developer's attorney provided a memo from the Cultural Resource Authority stating that, hey, no worries, there's no cemetery at this building site, right? Well, obviously, there's a financial incentive, right, for the company to provide that, okay, it's an independent authority, fine. Is the council going to independently verify what the Cultural Resource Authority has said about whether there is some type of cemetery on the property? Second question I have is the developers are basically underlying one of their main arguments is, hey, this is going to be an economic boon, right, for local businesses because.
Said anything that we haven't covered.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is, which has not been covered, is there is no economic study that they have provided us. So that is just conjecture for the council officially. That is conjecture. They have no study to back that up.
You want to address it, Cliff?
I'm not going to convince you. I know. Well, I mean, you know, we showed up with a significant amount of study. You all have a lot of material in front of you, and we have a petition, and there's a petition that's against. There's a petition for. There's not been a study that says it's not going to provide an impact, and all of the plans, and I know these are not formally adopted plans, indicate something that I think is well known and is sort of common sense, which is that businesses need customers. Downtown businesses, restaurants, coffee shops, hardware stores need customers in close proximity. You know I go to Brownsboro Hardware. They're close to me. They're helpful. You know, I guess if I wanted to buy 10 sheets of plywood, I might go to Home Depot, but I want to go to the local guy. So, no, we don't have a study that says people are going to spend money in J-Town. But I know, and I think you all know, that people who live in J-Town, you heard it from the folks in support. You heard it from the folks in opposition. Love the community, want to see the businesses here thrive. And so I think the people who move in here are not going to move here so they can go somewhere else.
Is this on something that has not been covered at all? Is it on something that hasn't been covered? Then come up here. No, wait a minute. Wait till you get up here to the microphone.
Holly Birch, 2714 Alameda Road, 40205. The question is, do you all have a copy of the letter from the Good Samaritan place that this attorney has referred to? In approval for the project. Do you all have a copy of that the Jeffersontown residents could or couldn't see?
Was it in the?
It's in the official record, yeah.
Okay,
You don't
that
need
was it.
It's in the records of the planning commission. Thank you.
Was
Okay.
the letter, excuse me,
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to explain, right?
Hey, Fred.
yeah, was the letter from the Good Samaritan, was it from the owner of the property or was it from the Good Samaritan Center? That,
From the property.
because the property owner of that parcel of land has the same mailing address as the parcel in question where Bluebird Lofts is going.
It's a happy king.
Well, I mean, it's both Englewood, New Jersey. And it looks like they're on the same street, like, right. And I was just wondering if there was any affiliation there.
I don't know.
It is.
Is it on something that hasn't been discussed at all?
Was that me?
What's your name, please?
William Lawson, 10711 Old Taylorville Road. 40299.
I gotta get this.
The developers of this property, have y'all done the same before in the area 200-mile radius of Louisville?
I mean, the building is.
Yeah.
I'll let Aaron speak for his experience, but this building has been designed for this site. So this is not something that has been replicated somewhere else.
So this is totally new, hadn't been done anywhere but the privilege of J-Town to have this.
developments of this type have been done and are being done throughout the community and all over the country. What I'm saying is you will not.
One at a time, we got to.
Okay, what I'm saying is this building hasn't been built because this building was designed for this, these buildings rather were designed for this site.
Yeah, I mean, we've done projects all over. We've done some off Smyrna, we've done some off Old English Station, we've done some multiple in Shelbyville.
Cincinnati,
So-
Evansville, Lexington, or just locally.
Mostly just around the Louisville area. So, yeah,
If I ever wanted to get a list of them, how would I get that?
I can work on getting a resume over to you.
Okay.
Okay.
And now why were this one privilege of J-Town, which I know we are privileged? Why are we getting this one that haven't been built anywhere else?
Because our client decided that after hearing from the community, he wanted to design something that fit well here. They're all different. And this site is different.
I'll see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the cost of building being so expensive in today's world,
Mhm.
you know, what you could build one 6 years ago for is 3 times cost and half the quality. So is that why, you know, redesign is to fit the price? Is what I'm worried about. Cause, you know, let's say you spend
So the-
22 million. 10 years ago, 6 years ago, you could have built something twice the quality for 14 million. So that's what I want to see is the apples.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No, ma'am, we're finished with that part of it. At this point, I want to explain to the city council, which I've done many times and I'm sure they're very familiar with and they're tired of hearing it. But they are acting tonight as an adjudicatory body, like a jury. They're going to make a determination on the due process rights of 2 parties. We have the applicant who's seeking to build this project. And we have as I think I told you at the very beginning, the Protestants, the people who are protesting against it. And I think everyone's had a full and final and appropriate opportunity to speak. And I want to thank you and compliment you on your behavior. I mean, I've never seen a crowd this big act this well, for whatever that's worth. And at this time, I'm going to ask the mayor to entertain a motion pursuant to KRS 61810J to recess for purposes of deliberation. And I would suggest that you say a half an hour. Hopefully it doesn't take more, but if it takes more, we'll come back and reconvene.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Be back in here in 30 minutes. 21810J.
There's a question
What she's asking if they, where are we going? The door's unlocked.
Locked out front, you can come back in.
We talked about going.
Let's go to the second floor.
Oh, he said go up.
You guys are gonna.
We're going upstairs.
To work out finding out. Perfect.
Because this is very outside
Jimmy, up here, buddy.
Yeah, I got your number.
Allison. I'm letting you 2 run. So
We gotta do part. So I'm just.
You did a good job monitoring, friend. Not your first rodeo. Yeah. Hey, I'm just telling you what I was. He was here.
Did he answer your question?
Oh, I gotta put my legs up. I'm swollen like shit.
No, I had 100 year build.
Okay.
So I'm going for that. So windows, I have windows. And then one or two of the windows are replaced. I just like excuse me, but you know, this is. It's a sort of. And yes, they found some on Main Street, and they have me, they want the. Because I trust all that, they have a glass front, well, they don't. I mean, that I can't answer. I just know that if we want internally, actually, externally, there was supposed to be that morning. But I think this area is. Standing out like it's all understand, I'll tell you, I came mostly.
I got them propped up, so I got 30 minutes.
They don't feel, I don't get that. But they've got to figure just by law, I guess. And they are saying really hard. It's not gonna happen. They have to get. But if you have a major problem, depending on the wind conditions.
I didn't see it. No, I wasn't trying to apply that. Yeah, no. I was just. Obviously, I don't know. You're doing it. Whatever. Here. No,
That's where I
it's very important.
It's good on purpose. Stop bringing you back.
Because I gotta worry about it. Before I worry about it.
It is so. You guys can landscape. They get the replacement. So they, so I don't even know what's going down here. I don't know what landscape. Landscape designs on green. And I know. Landscape architects. Has nothing to do with start getting projects. Look, I want you to adopt this. Because they can't do it on their own. We're at that law. They can't.
And I'm like you.
We have to put that in. We're stuck. Somebody said. And I get it's just it's crazy.
But we used to. Well, I don't know if we can. Those people ain't gonna give us the money back. I like
This be a lot. There's a famous library. You might be able to famous library built an entire library. They came in there. I know it's fun. So like the math that you guys do just to take the book. What was the argument name? Most often. They go find a good house. They didn't think about so we had to reinforce that whole area. Well. Break it up.
I just look at it. Or you gotta. Absolutely.
No, that's the one right next to the site.
Oh, yeah, Do you go? I mean, as a restaurant. Really? Oh, yeah. Now that's. I know, because I've gone.
That's how they do it. Way more than.
I made a way up to the person for next quarter, which is late hard back.
It's such a odd price.
It is not. It's also waiting to go around and then you wait. They take your order and then you park in front of you. Wait, yeah. Or six. Well.
Yeah.
It's a price.
And I mean, so I believe it's gonna go.
Neighbors calling, where's mom and daddy? The baby's waiting at the bar. Nice to see you.
Actually,
I got time.
I don't like it. Hey, bud.
I try to find news for. What's our mission? It's like, you know what they're doing. Last time we had stuff, yeah.
So this year.
So I just.
So that happens.
You need it.
It's what we're paying.
Barely certain.
So our citizens.
All of this.
That's right.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, and it's not anxious, it makes us. And it's mean. We really like it. You have no idea.
See how you think.
Like, you just.
Yeah, you may be thinking.
So I'm sorry. I am really frustrated. It just doesn't, it's just not, anybody knew who I was. So I know. We used to wrestle. So,
Well, I think.
Not tiny. So that's what it's like. And we like to do that here. Come try it. We can take it away.
But the next one. Oh, no, I'll tell you. No, I asked him how much.
I know. Tell you
So I was thinking we.
So here's the just so you
All underestimated.
Yeah, we got it.
It's not like it's $10.50. Right. I mean, services.
And I never.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, yeah, trust me.
Yeah.
But I thought you. Let's put it this way. I'll see you.
16 to 18. I left at 16.
Yes, it is. I just don't know how to, problem is I don't know how to turn off the
I was selling cars, 18 grand a year. Just doing there, making 30. And we did a stated income. Here's where the housing price is. And they said, how much money do you have? It said 60 grand. And I go, no payment? They go, yeah. I said, yeah, we make it. Swear to God, we had a salary piece of paper. That moves that everybody died. You know, where for raised off. And we bought a $120,000 house in Progressive. And we sold that house For 200. Yeah, we made some serious money. And, but I'll tell you, those first couple years were. I got some reason, things like that.
Not too long, no. I'm sleeping, somebody behind you. Oh, well, how do you guys?
You know, I really thought you did a really good job. You made some really There's some spaces. Yeah, no, I get it too. But we said when they she had just equipment down to 40%. That looks like
The streets are Jason are done, the rest of I just want to show you what's. I turned it off. Okay, okay. I'll turn it back on. All right. So people, do you want to well, the mic was off. The sound was off.
I make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Being reconvened.
First of all, let the record reflect that no final action was taken in that meeting. So there was deliberation amongst the members of the city council regarding this particular issue. Obviously, will of the city council, and at this point, you can entertain a motion for a resolution. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking into this thing again. My apologies. If y'all couldn't hear me, I'll say it again, but basically, at this point, you could entertain a motion. Either way, what the council's pleasure is with proceeding on this issue.
I'd like to make a motion.
Proceed.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve the
Apartments.
Teddy Roosevelt said, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds who have done better. The credit belongs to the man who actually is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat. Somebody put their time and talent on the line and trying to make a difference.
Do I hear a second? Second?
Yeah, motion fails for lack of second.
I make a motion, or to pass it for a resolution, to deny the plan, due to some findings that it doesn't meet all the criteria in chapter 11 of the Land Development Code, part 4.7.3. three. I think there's 6 different pieces of criteria, and I feel like it didn't meet 5 of those criteria based off of the evidence that was presented through the Louisville Metro planning meetings and the hearing tonight.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Clerk call the roll.
Councilman Gersani. Nay. Councilwoman Hickey.
No. What? Oh, I don't know.
No.
I mean, no, I don't want it.
Oh, then that's yes.
Okay.
A vote of yes
A
is
yes is
for
for a
my
vote of not.
reservation.
Okay.
Yes, for a vote of.
I know this is, okay, so yes means you don't want to move forward. Okay.
Councilwoman Ware,
Yay.
Councilman Bloom,
Yes.
Councilwoman Head,
Yes.
Councilman Hall.
I first want to say I hate you did all this work to try to meet the criteria of this. It sounded like you listened to some of the feedback that you got. But when we ask questions about compliance, if we don't do the waiver for the OR3, you're not in compliance. Brian Abrams brought in a letter for the state representative. You all kind of played that off like it wasn't very serious. Councilman Head here brought up that you got a support letter from the land that you're buying from. That land's been sitting there for 50 years. Sure, that person's going to take the $1 million or a couple million that you're buying the property. So just kind of back and forth. So I vote yay for the no.
Councilwoman Gall,
Yay.
Councilman Russell. Yay. Vote of 7-1, the resolution not to approve is approved.
Among my other disabilities, I don't type. My assistant left here about 4:30. So I will reduce your all's voice vote tonight to writing tomorrow.
We adjourn.
That should complete the public hearing. And I don't think there's any other business or can be any other business before the council tonight.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?